opened and closed, are strewn around the room. In the centre of the chamber is what appears to be a large cell. Thick glass panels surround it. Chained down to a metal chair in the centre of the cell, it's a bloodied figure the coterie saw on the camera earlier. Outside it are the guards on alert, all standing in a ready position, their weapons trained on the cell. The guards are clearly unaware of the coterie's arrival. How would you like to proceed? Solomon casually steps off the lift, completely unaware of the fact you're all in the middle of a clandestine operation.
Marcelina currently doesn't notice Solomon, and so is just going to step off and immediately take a shot at the nearest SI agent.
Interesting strategy. Let's see if it plays off her.
Yeah, her expression is expressionless. She looks stone-faced and shark-eyed. There is no emotion there. She is just going for the kills.
Hey,
shark eyes, I like it.
Dex firearms.
What? Oh, okay. I'm gonna do a...
Like the way this is starting.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a reroll if that's okay.
Yeah, you got the 1-3-1, which are all fails.
Yeah. And I'm gonna... I always get this confused. From beneath the little box or the willpower reroll one?
WP reroll underneath the willpower tracker.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure because I don't want to hit the wrong thing. Okay, it's not the best, but it's better than before. So 6, yeah.
You fire off a single round into the chamber, obviously catching the attention of the Second Inquisition agents inside. Sadly, you miss. As you watch the bullet stray over, innocently, to the right of absolutely every single target, the beast inside of you rises up. And you hear Uncle's voice demeaning you, telling you how much of a failure you are. You should always be successful and do your best. Marcelina performs all actions not immediately resulting in someone or something getting harmed at a 2-dice penalty to her pool. This compulsion ends when Marcelina incapacitates, destroys, or drives away a target. You are suffering from the harm compulsion. And as the sound of the gun being fired off echoes through the chamber, you do hear... let's go with that one. Blanks. And they all spin round and face you. Who would like to go next?
I would like to grab Solomon and drag him into the cover behind some of the crates. Can I do that?
Yeah, I'll let you do that for free. Because I don't think
you.
Solomon would resist.
This very grabby hands just...
My goodness.
That's basically me for a minute. I'm just dragging into cover.
That will count as a turn.
That's fine.
Okay.
I want them to spend their bullets.
Who's next?
If cover, Olivia will go behind it and use Unseen Passage, if possible.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be the focus of attention, so do a rouse check for me, please.
Yep.
Gain a hunger.
Ooh.
And you will will the vitae around your body, not actually becoming invisible, but for anyone trying to perceive you, they'll be unable to actually see you. Next. Superman?
I suppose I will use my session ability to...
Oh my god, it was Elias!
He called you Superman because you had your glasses off.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, see, I was Superman. Now I'm back to Clark Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Back to something,
Okay, so I'm going
alright.
to use my session use of Suppress the Hunger, and I guess I'll try talking. I'll say to the Second Inquisition, please, can we sit down and talk this over? I'm sure we can end things diplomatically.
Reasonable.
Yes, Shiv, I know it's not going to work.
Charisma persuasion.
Oh, you actually
Oh, it
can
might
have me
actually
roll for
work. It might work. Didn't
Nope.
work. Didn't work. And you'll notice that
It's
one of the guards puts down his gun and just flips you off.
Rude.
Next.
Violet, I much appreciate your assistance in finding cover for me, but may I ask what's going on?
Target in a cage. A lot of guns.
So don't shoot the one in the cage. Got it. And
Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
well, Marcelina's probably going to do it for you, but the active ones are what we have to worry about.
So shoot anyone that isn't us. Got it. And I'm going to reach around the barricade that she's dragged me behind, and I know what I said, and fire off a few shots at one of the Second Inquisition.
Next, firearms. Let's make it a bit interesting. I think he's going to fire back at you.
Does he get a penalty because I'm behind cover? Never mind.
No, it gives you the ability to
Gotcha.
dodge without the modifier. Penalty, sorry.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, cool.
But he misses anyway, and the shot goes flying off because the bullet you released into the air hits him dead in the shoulder, forcing him back, forcing his aim off. And you do... What weapon do you have?
5. My 9mm, which is +3.
Very nice.
Hold on, it's on my character sheet.
That's right, +3 for a medium gunshot.
Yep.
And you will notice profuse amounts of blood bleeding from the wound. Thankfully, you are all far away enough that you are able to control the beast inside of you and not be triggered by it. For now. And that brings us to the SI themselves. Oh dear. The SI agent Marcelina opened fire on returns fire at her. Yep, you may dodge or fire back.
I would like to dodge.
Dex athletics. Bollocks. Let's at least give him a little bit of a try and reroll. Worth it.
You know what? I'm gonna actually take this.
Yeah, it's not worth the
I'm not gonna
reroll.
reroll this. Yeah, I'm just gonna take it. Don't. Don't, Shiv.
The SI agent cocks his shotgun and fires it off, getting a direct hit on Marcelina. You take 6 damage, half to 3.
Half to 3. Superficial?
Yes.
Cool. request storyteller. Given the voice she heard with Uncle in the back of her head, and the pain from that shot, I would like to do a frenzy check as just like a
do it.
kind of losing control rage response.
Your fury frenzy for me, please. Let's call it difficulty 3.
Ooh, okay. All right. Frenzy restraint.
You feel
all
the
right.
beast trying to itch away at your mind and control you, to send you forth straight into the line of fire, to do as much damage as you can at any cost. Fortunately, you are able to keep your senses and remain behind cover.
Cool.
Next, SI, yes.
Yeah. No, that was you said it. The next thing I was going to do was to find cover, just the nearest thing to stand behind.
I'd imagine that Marcelina, if out of everyone here, would be able to dodge, flipping between cover as she's trying to advance as well.
Mm.
Next SI agent, I'm sorry, Violet, is going to take a shot at Violet. How would you like to respond?
Dodge, please.
Dex Athletics.
Eesh.
Violet attempts to dodge out of the way of the incoming buckshot, fired out of the shotgun. Unfortunately, she is nowhere near fast enough and takes a hit on the side of her body. You take 6 damage, halved to 3.
Icky. Okay.
Good. SI agent notices Solomon ducked behind one of the crates and brings his shotgun down to bear and opens fire. How would you like to respond, Solomon? He already fired, didn't he? So he isn't going to do
Totally.
anything.
Yep.
He's going to open fire on you. How would you like to respond?
I'm gonna use the crates to dodge.
Okay.
I'm saying that rules is written, not you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually that's a genius idea, Solomon, because I'm terrible at athletic. Cool.
Solomon attempts to get out of the way of the incoming buckshot. Unfortunately for him, he is also caught by flying pieces of debris into the side of his body. You take 6 damage, halved to 3 as well.
Superficial?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless all your health's gone.
No, you're good.
ST, really quick question.
Yeah.
Is it a free action to like heal yourself of the superficial damage?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just a rouse check.
Okay. I just want to make sure that way I don't use up something when my turn does come.
And because you probably blood potency 2, you'll heal 2 points rather than 1.
I would like to do that as a
Have to wait for your turn, though.
sidebar. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes. Fourth SI agent is going to add to my overwhelming feelings of guilt and open fire on Olivia. I'm so sorry.
You see me, because I am unseen passage.
Thank God for that! So that one is going to open fire on Marcelina. because you fired one off on his mate, and they like to have lunch breaks together and chat about
Does
soap
he
operas. They're the only two in the
see
Second Inquisition that actually
and be-
enjoy watching soap operas, so they form this special
Does he?
bond.
You said he fires on me.
Yes.
Does he see me? I'm covered.
Yes, he sees you.
Son of a bitch. All right, no, that's fine.
Says the hit woman that literally started the fight.
It's not my fault. I am not myself right now. I'm in a different mentality at this moment.
Would you like to fire back or dodge?
I would like to dodge.
You do not receive
This
a
is
penalty.
garbage.
Yeah, you should receive a penalty just for the compulsion. For
Oh,
where it's
I
going,
forgot the
I'm
compulsion.
not gonna give you that penalty. You'll be fine.
I mean, my intent is
I
to
think-
cause harm. I would love to, but I'm looking for that
Yeah.
opportune moment to do so.
Yeah, and I just think it's a little bit more in your odds if I don't give you any penalty for that one in this instance.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, to dodge is athletics and dex, right?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. There's that.
Popular number this session.
Yeah.
Marcelina! Ducking behind cover, but unfortunately not obscured from target sight. Takes a small amount of buckshot to her back. You take 6 damage after 3.
Cool. So, when your whole meter, right? You have 3
You go into act
aggravated
damage.
and then 5 superficial. Okay, cool. So I'm not torpor yet. I'm just anything else I take goes into ag damage. Okay.
What is your
Okay.
ag damage?
What do you mean?
How much ag damage
have
do you
3.
have?
Currently,
Oh
3
dear.
from being set on fire.
Roll a d10 for me. Oh no, wait.
When it gets to my turn, my intent is to like rouse the blood to try to heal some of that superficial damage. But yeah, I just wanted to know what happens if I get hit again. Just want to make sure I have that.
And your ag damage is
covered.
3?
Yes.
You lose next turn unless you spend 1 point of willpower.
Okay. I'm confused. What do you mean?
Because you're in
What am I?
ag damage, you're on the injury chart.
Oh, I see.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Oh. Okay. So I would have to spend the 1 point of willpower and then I could heal myself type of thing? Or I
Yep.
can heal myself first and then... Okay. Is it my turn yet? Or no?
Not yet.
Okay, cool. That's fine. I'll just sit here and die. It's fine.
Now is the turn of the one that's going to make me feel really guilty.
Oh, good.
Who's feeling
You do what you
luckiest?
gotta do.
Punks. Solomon, you're fresh. Man, fully clad in body armor, pumps his own shotgun, fires off a round at you. I'm very sorry.
You're not. Stop it.
Liar. He's a liar.
Such a
That's not good at
liar.
all.
Because of all that,
Rude.
I'm going to re-roll and go crit fishing.
No!
There you go.
I got a crit.
See?
Oh.
Trash.
First it says as I was sitting here debating on what I wanted to do, now I'm gonna die.
That is 8 successes.
Yeah, I know it is. I'm gonna go with my bigger
Wow.
pool. I'm gonna fire back at him.
X firearms.
I'm gonna rouse.
There
You'll be
you go.
pleased to hear, though,
Too.
I have nerfed these guys. They're just using regular shotgun ammo, not Dragon's Breath.
Oh, I nerfed these guys. They're only gonna try to kill you.
Oh, would you also like me to take into account their armor when you hit them, or would you like me to just skip that for now?
I love you, Shiv. Please. Oh, I didn't add dice to that. Hold on. Even though that was actually a really good roll.
Just do a reroll. Actually, that'll work.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
a point. Hold on. It's been a minute. How I only get +1 dice, right? For rousing,
What's your blood potency?
2.
+2. I
I think you get. Yeah, I think it's +2.
Okay, sweet.
Oh no,
thank
no.
you.
Yes. Oh, very nice. And that's +3, so that's very nice. And, he totally not wearing, that armor's just for show, of course. It's not really real.
I have to warn you guys, if I'm rolling this well, it's all downhill from here.
And Solomon is able to fire off several shots skillfully, hitting the man in each of his limbs, causing a fair amount of damage. Round 2. Marcelina. Burn 1 willpower point. Do a rouse check so you can heal. You do get back 2 points of superficial.
Cool. 2 points. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Okay, cool. Right, so I'm fucking pissed off and I have this this compulsion going on, right? So who's closest to me? Enemy-wise, who's the closest from my cover area?
Big badass dude that just fired one off at Solo. Solomon. This might not happen when I
Okay, so
fucking
so
write
he's
notes.
facing away from me.
And the one that you fired at before. Oh, they're all
Okay, is
facing your general direction.
facing away?
General direction.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was thinking that I moved off and they were facing the rest of the group. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. How big are these crates? Because you said there's big old crates around the.
They're big packing crates,
Okay.
1.5, 2 people could hide behind them for cover.
Okay. Now, I don't necessarily want it to be a cold shot here, but I'd like to shoot at the general direction of one of the SI's legs. So, you know what I mean? Just take out a leg if I can. And then just immediately hide behind cover so that if they shoot back, I don't fucking get too wrecked.
Dex, firearms.
Yes.
And I think Marcelina's training would mean that she knows, basically like prison rules, take on the largest one first.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
And he is just...
Not bad.
No matter what I choose to do, it's the same pool, so I might as well just dodge.
Just do the damn thing. Hey.
And that was with a pistol, 9mm?
Yeah, the Glock. With the Glock. Yeah.
Regretful decisions. Marcelina skillfully fires off a single round from her weapon, seeing ample opportunity. I hope this isn't going to trigger anyone. Gore warning. And fires a single bullet through the man's mask, hitting him through the eyepiece, shattering his head, and he falls to the ground with blood spilling out of the broken eye socket and glass.
Okay. And if I can I try to rouse again to heal myself while I'm behind the cover? Or I have to wait the next turn?
Next turn.
Okay, just making sure. Cool.
Yep. Violet, what you doing?
Is the dude that shot me still alive?
Oh, by the way, Marcina, your compulsion is now over. Dude that shot you is alive.
I want to pounce on him
Strength
and brawl him.
Grapple, yeah. You get...
Yeah. I get extra.
Your speciality is just grapple, right? It's not grapple against kindred or anything that specific, correct?
I have both.
Oh, perfect. Go for it then. Strength brawl. He's going to try and resist. But I get the feeling that
Well, he
resistance
can't.
is futile. Oh dear. Oh dear. You can reroll the 2, 4, and a 5.
Yes, please. Where do I go? Do I WP reroll?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That's going to you,
Ooh.
because you are the aggressor.
Yes.
And you will successfully... Violet goes down. Violet descends to all fours. Runs forth, pounces upon the man and brings him to the floor as she wraps her legs and arms around him, restraining him, baring her fangs in his face. Olivia!
Would like to walk towards the person who's the furthest and start a nice little conversation.
Love this power. This will bring you out of Unseen Passage, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
But this is going to be absolutely no problem. Any one of them in particular you'd like to go for?
The furthest from, so that she can be behind everyone else, so that when they're firing, they're not firing at her directly, perhaps. Yeah, and she'll just start.
Now, this is my favourite bit of this power. How would you like to start this conversation? Literally anything you want to say is fine. It will do.
Yeah, but she's feeling a bit hurt at the moment with the burn marks, so she's gonna just tap the person on the shoulder. Okay. You're doing a really, really, really bad job today, aren't you? You let all of these people come in and take down your precious little tower that you thought you built so well and so big. That's not good, isn't it? Today's just not your day. Maybe if you thought a bit harder, this would be easier for you, and you wouldn't have people at the bottom level of your facility. Maybe you should think about that next time. And she'll continue just telling the guy he did a bad job.
Rouse check for me, please.
Yes.
And roll dementation.
Oh my goodness. Okay. And... Ooh.
As you tap the man on the shoulder, he almost immediately spins round and brings his gun to bear. Olivia is completely unbothered by this, saying her words as she does, fueled by the vampiric vitae in her veins. The man's gun slowly descends down as he just tilts his head, listening intently as the words reverberate around his skull. Big fan of dementation here. Love it. Elias!
Does anyone in the can I tell visually? Does anyone in the coterie look like they're particularly hurt or damaged?
Marcelina, for starters, has ag damage. Anyone else in ag?
Still spicy.
Okay.
Still crispy.
Yeah, technically.
A little bit crisp, yeah.
Yeah.
Then, this is probably
Olivia's a bit
not
burned
a
around
good.
the edges, but Marcelina is in worse condition.
Yeah. Elias would move between Marcelina and whoever is attacking her. And Elias would go to the Second Inquisition and he'd just be like, please stop. We don't have to kill each other. And he's basically just like, arms up. Please stop. Set down your weapons. We don't need to be fighting. And he's also positioning himself to basically be a human. I guess a kindred shield.
For the record, I fucking love Elias so fucking much. No self-preservation whatsoever. It's fine.
Charisma. Persuasion.
We
It's
don't
not a
need
bad...
to kill each other.
In fact, it's not a bad tactic, because this is... Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unfortunately-
beautiful. Well,
Well, that's interesting. Well, I'm going for a reroll. I don't know about you.
yeah, sure, I'll go for a reroll. If you're gonna do it, I'll do it.
Is that a glitch in the Matrix? What just happened?
What's going on?
Man is almost convinced by Elias's words, but keeps his gun trained on him as he approaches. Blank, get down on the floor. Keep your arms in the air. Do not step further, or I will shoot.
No, there's been enough bloodshed. I'm not going to move, and I'm just like staying here with my hands up, being a wall.
Solomon.
I fired back when that dude attacked me, so I don't have a turn. But even though I can't have a turn, or I don't have a turn, can I try?
No,
and
you can't
heal?
heal.
Okay, that's fair.
So what have I got
Never
left?
tried it before, so I thought I'd ask.
I'm not, okay. Second Inquisition agent have been in a firefight so far with Marcelina. No surprises here. He's going to open fire on Marcelina. I'm going to leave that because I know that Marcelina is hurt.
I'm going to not fuck around here. Can I fire back?
Absolutely. Dex, firearms.
Mm-hmm. What's happening on roll 20? Does anyone know?
You could re-roll the one, either of the 5s and the 2, and go crit fishing.
I think I'll re-roll. Actually, no,
worth it.
I'm not. I'm not. Gonna
It's
re-roll.
worth it because if you want to get out of the beast, and you'll also cause damage. It's definitely worth it.
You're right. Okay. I will say this, that my intent is to, in a way, kind of use that Elias is in front of me and like as a shield, and go around.
Operation
him,
use Salubri as a shield. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want to actually, I don't want to shoot through him. So let me.
But you wouldn't be sad if they did either. So yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Okay. Marcelina, seeing an opportunity, ducks out from the cover and skillfully fires off a single shot underneath Elias's arms, where they are raised, and successfully hit the SI agent directly in his chest, causing him to stagger back in pain.
I would also like to try to heal another superficial if I could do a rouse check real quick.
Yep. You should do it in a different order, but I'll let you do that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's
I will remember
okay.
for next time.
Minor actions, then
Shit.
major actions. Major actions.
Okay. Well, I gained a hunger, but at least I healed.
Wonderful.
And it's 2, right?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, guys, we're fucking coming back. We're fucking making moves. All right.
Next SI agent in line is too busy enthralled by Olivia's words and is just trying to process the feeling of this creature, tendrils crawling around in his mind, causing him to slowly slip away and lose control of his consciousness. So he can't do anything. Third SI agent is going to try and take a pot shot at Solomon. He's down on one knee already, bleeding profusely, but thinks if he's going to go, he's going to try and at least take one of these monsters with him.
Rude.
I've been there, buddy. It ain't worth it.
How'd you like to respond?
I'm not limited in my response this time, right?
Correct. I'm also going to re-roll.
Okay.
Worth it.
If it's... Yeah, I'll fire back. Fuck this.
Solomon sees the man lower his weapon at him, holsters his own, and goes charging forward, bearing all 4 of his fangs as the beast overwhelms him, compelling him to do as much harm as he possibly can. He rips off the man's mask and bites straight into the man's face, tearing through flesh, sinew, and veins, and drains him completely. You may slake 5 hunger. You have killed the SI agent, but due to the sheer brutality of the kill, you take 2 humanity stains.
You say that like it's a bad thing. Also, good. I needed that hunger for later anyway. It was slake 5 down to 0 if necessary, right? Or if
You are
possible.
down to 0 health, no matter what.
Cool.
You've drained the guy.
Yeah.
When the
Even
SI
hungry.
agents catches sight of Solomon's brutal killing, he turns on his heel, bringing his shotgun to bear upon Solomon, and shouts out he was only 2 days away from retirement, and opens fire on Solomon.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I'm laughing more at roll 20. Repeated action comes at a penalty, correct? Because I fired back at the last guy that attacked me, and then this guy's attacking me.
You can do is dodge.
If I... Oh, all I could do is dodge? Gotcha.
You can't fire
Okay,
back
well,
because
then
you've
that's-
already taken that turn to fire.
Gotcha,
can do is dodge.
gotcha.
But you are out in the open,
Gotcha.
but it's your first dodge.
It's almost
Although,
like it's been a while since I played
I
this
might
game,
use that
huh?
pixie. No, I won't.
Well,
Specifically
I
for
mean,
a player that needs it.
I'm gonna dodge. I'm gonna leave that reroll for someone else that needs it. I'm gonna do a willpower and reroll 2 of those. Well, yeah, 2 of those. Plus damage, okay. Still taking some damage, but it's less damage, so.
Solomon is surprised by the outburst and the sheer passion in the man's words. Clearly, the two of them were close, probably from this time they've spent watching soap operas together, and his friend being so close to retirement. You take 3 superficial damage, halved. We're going to sort it 2. Let's round up.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them. You know, the SI have to have their SO time, you know.
Final round for players. Marcelina, you've already gone. Violet, you have a SI agent directly under your grasp. It is yours to do with as you so please.
I want to eat him. I want to eat him. He shot me. He's going to get eaten.
Would you like to drain him, or just take a certain amount?
Drain.
Do your feeding roll. Actually, no, do strength and brawl for me, please.
Do I get the plus because I'm still grappling him?
Yes.
Yeah. Ha.
Wonderful. Violet, in a fit of furious frenzy, extends all 4 of her fangs, leans in, doesn't even bother relieving the man of any of his armor, and pierces straight through, draining him of every single piece of blood in his body, leaving a desiccated husk, still in uniform, upon the floor. You may slake 5 hunger. You may slake 5 hunger. You will not get humanity stain because I don't think the SI are innocent.
He shot me first.
Olivia.
Left. Is it just the person I am talking to, or are there multiple people left?
There's 2 people left. I would recommend good old-fashioned ass weapon of demontation on this guy, though. On the same guy. You don't need to rouse again for this one either.
Oh, good.
It's once
Well,
per
then,
scene.
yeah. Perfect. Then I'll do that. Only thing I was worried about was rousing, but if I don't have to rouse, let's go.
And is there any flavour you'd like to add to the conversation? Or do you just want to...
It just gets more and more demeaning as she goes on, because she's really trying to mess with this person. Even though it doesn't matter, she still feels like she needs to mess with them.
It's a compulsion, one may say. I think.
As Olivia becomes harsher and harsher in her words, the man drops his gun, falls to his knees, and starts to assume the fetal position, rocking back and forth, until eventually he just slips into unconsciousness. He is alive, just unconscious, but eliminated from combat.
Brilliant.
Brain mush. Brain mush.
Elias, you are standing in the middle of an open battlefield with dead bodies all around you that you've not contributed to, but seem to be dropping dead at your feet regardless. What would you like to do?
The guy with the shotgun who was crying about his friend being close to retirement, is he still alive? Yes? Oh, you're
No.
sorry. Oh, he's dead? Oh, dang it. Well, I'll just say to whoever's alive then, don't you see? It's your agency that's really the enemy. Why do you think they always send agents who are close to retirement? they're always a few days or a few weeks away from retirement. They're sending you here to die so that they don't have to pay your pensions.
Charisma and persuasion, and this guy's not going to mess around. He's just going to panic shoot you.
Elias out here dropping them truth bombs real quick.
Yeah.
On the outside.
I mean, I wouldn't
You
stop,
just
but
on. Yeah.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Right. He's not. Oh wow, having the worst time.
Man will stand there, raise his gun directly at Elias's head. As he listens to Elias, he shakily lowers it, almost reluctantly. It's almost as if what Elias is saying makes sense. Solomon.
Everybody's dead, right?
One left.
Oh, I can't go anyway. I took my turn.
Yeah, didn't you?
Yeah, and then I got shot. So,
Okay,
you win some, you lose some.
so the one remaining SI agent, which was not the one I expected, just stares at Elias, tilting his head, contemplating the words he says. No one notices, however, and he moves his left hand to a button on his belt buckle. And you just hear, several times over, as every single one of the SI agents' heads explode.
Great.
Every time.
a shame.
Marcelina doesn't even the sound doesn't even affect her. She just goes straight for the cage. There is it's like a barred cage, right?
Glass panels.
Glass panels. Okay. Does she see a lock or anything like that
Yes.
that she can undo?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so she's gonna unlock or attempt to unlock it.
Dexterity and larceny, please.
Yes.
I'm going to let you have that.
Okay,
And the
thanks
lock
so
will
much.
open under your touch, and the door will slowly, silently swing open.
She is currently, because she's kind of under the effects that she is, her eyes look all black. She looks really monstrous in a way. And she will lift the kindred's face. You said he was unconscious, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
As you
She's
lift his
gonna
face,
smack him.
you'll see the source of the blood all over his lower mandible and lap is that they have torn all 4 of his fangs out.
She's gonna backhand him to wake him up.
You will do that once to wake him up, twice because it feels good, 3 times because you got a little bit of blood and skull on you and you blame him for it. And he will slowly, just barely, regain consciousness, looking at you through blinking eyes. And he's desperately trying to keep open.
When I check his mouth, it's only his teeth that have been removed, right?
Only
Like
where
very
the fangs
roughly
would
and
be.
violently open. Okay. But his tongue is still intact and such, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So she's going to grab her knives, and she is, trigger warning, everyone's about to get gory in here, and she's going to take his tongue and cut it off. And as she cuts it off slowly, she says, "For the family." And once it's removed, she will put it away and for safekeeping. There's a rage that kind of comes over her as she says to him, "I really don't like disloyalty." And she will shoot him between the eyes.
Reaction. Fuck all he can do about it. No humanity stains. He's not human. And the corpse will slowly, I say slowly, will very quickly desiccate, turn into ash, and become nothing more than a small pile on the seat. You feel... No, that's not how you're going to phrase that, Shiver. That is not how you're going to phrase that.
Amazing. How do I feel? How do I feel?
You notice...
Euphoric?
You notice the tongue that you cut out starts to lose shape as well. And you feel that it has turned to ash also. That's how you say that without it being fucking wrong.
Weird. Yeah. Well, yes, she said, pity. And, yeah, that's that, actually. She doesn't do anything about it, just proceeds to, I imagine when the tongue has turned into ash in this little pouch that she keeps, she doesn't remove it. She leaves it there because she at least has something to bring back to the family. From there, she will exit the little glass cage. And because she's in that particular headspace that she's in, I don't think she can get out of it on her own. So because of that, she won't stop to ask if the coterie is okay. She will just walk towards the exit to get back on the elevator.
Before you get to the elevator, would anyone like to search any of the crates?
Yeah.
Can I do that while healing?
Yes, Solomon, do a rouse check. And anyone who wants to check crates, wits and awareness or intelligence and investigation, whichever you so prefer. Excellent. Solomon, in the crate that you search, you find the remains of a Second Inquisition gas mask. Inside is a broken radio. You feel you may be able to use this tech, or you know someone who may be able to use it in some way or fashion. Violet, your crate is empty. It's clearly been unpacked, and all that remains is little polystyrene chips. Olivia, in your crate, you find a metal briefcase. A yellow warning sticker is strewn over it that helps seal it. The warning label reads, "Highly explosive," and bears several skull and crossbone warnings across it.
Jen, little toy. No. She turns it very gently, and then will carry it like it's a work briefcase.
You go to the lift with it?
Actually, how do you all feel about getting rid of this place altogether?
Do it.
And would there be instructions she could read? I don't think explosives are really Olivia's thing.
Are you opening the case?
No, not yet.
Oh.
Does it look like if I open it, it will just... No, it won't automatically explode, right?
Correct.
Okay. Gently
Okay.
opening it, placing it down on the floor, gently opening it.
Inside the metal briefcase is a glass test tube vial. A thick piece of glass runs through the center of it, separating a powdery substance and a small amount of silvery, almost clear liquid. You will instantly recognize it, perhaps not from memory, but at least from its description, as astrolite. An extremely large amount of it.
Oh my, indeed.
And you will all know not only what astrolite is, but how to fucking use that shit.
Okay. Would you say? I mean, I would say Marcelina's had a little bit of training in this type of thing, so I think once she sees that that's sort of the intent, I think she would go over and help.
Is Olivia going to show off the astrolite?
Right. That was okay.
If she mentions getting rid, like trying to get rid of the place, she will turn the briefcase around so everyone can see it.
Okay. Yeah, so then in that case, that's when Marcelina would at least be interested in that and come over and help set that up to do what we need to do with this place.
And it'd be fair to say that you know, unless not even a Malkavian would set the timer so it's likely to go off while you're in the facility. Although tempting.
May get the blood pumping if we do, but
No.
Yeah, shame the blood would be about 3 miles that way, and the rest of you is 3 miles that way.
No. Not fucking around. Still got ag damage to heal.
Would you like to limp your way out?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Coven of Kindred make their way back. Sorry, Solomon?
Elias was.
Oh,
Sorry,
Elias
Elias.
would be shedding a bloody tear over all the.
Poor boy.
The Coven of Kindred make their way back through the facility, now completely devoid of mortals, stepping over various broken bodies and heading into the lift, bearing significant wounds on some of you. As you make your way in the elevator, is there anything you'd like to talk about?
I want to talk about how I don't like that smile on your face.
It's the elevator music, that's all. Don't worry.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. Sorry, Olivia. What were you about to say?
Oh, so is that it? Mission accomplished?
Yes. That's it.
Very good. Very good. And she'll just wipe her arms, even though they are burnt, and she can't really wipe off the burns, but she's just trying to make herself look prim and proper. Excellent.
I think once we get out of here, I need to make a phone call, but we head home and deal with whatever comes next.
Talking about that, would you be able to help me out, since I helped you guys out, so...
Seems only fair.
Primogen Draxon has sent me a letter. It all is good. But
Okay.
we should, of course, heal up and feed before then.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm gonna do when it comes to that. But yeah, I think once we recoup, then we can do whatever needs to be done. Nothing crazy happens when you're at Hunger 3, right? And near Elias, right? Okay, cool. I just want to make sure.
Not until Hunger 4.
Okay, cool.
And I think he'd have to use a power as well at that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if they have to do any sort of hunger frenzy check, they auto-target.
Oh, okay. Cool. You know what? I think Marcelina would look at Olivia and say, you know, I don't know much about your clan, but y'all hear voices?
I do.
Oh, okay. Right. All right.
Are you
Because
hearing
I got
voices?
this I got this little thing that's been happening. Yes is the answer to that question. It's not the first time that I've heard voices. I just didn't know if maybe you could impart any kind of information that may help me to relieve myself of that.
No, it could just be the stress. Maybe take some calming deep breaths.
Right. Okay. Well, I guess that's something that I'll have to deal with later then. And Marcelina will, like, at that, she will kind of, like, close up in on herself and just, like, you know, arms crossed, put herself in one of the corners of the lift facing the door and just kind of, like, shut down.
As you are traveling, Violet, you will hear as you're making your way back up.
Stop it! Stop it! She'll look at the Malkavian. Stop it!
You okay?
She's gonna push her against the side of the lift and hold her down. There. Not on the throat. I said,
Wait.
Stop it!
Stop what? I'm sorry.
No,
I haven't
what?
been doing anything.
You know what?
No, I don't think I do.
You use that. If that is you, I will drink you dry, and I will take that power for myself. Do you understand me?
I do, but perhaps we should just take a second. I'm not doing anything. I can assure you.
No one will believe them. In this room, the Camarilla trust me. Do you understand? I will drink you dry, and I'll blame you, and they won't believe you. Anything that they say.
Marcelina kind of considers what's happening for a moment. And while she's not necessarily like friends with Olivia, but she at least has seen her use her ability before, and figured there'd be a lot more talking if she was doing the same thing she did to that SI agent. And so Marcelina goes to Violet and puts a hand on her shoulder and kind of like slowly, as to not like startle her in the state that she's in, and says to her, Violet, I understand that you feel tense at the moment, but I don't think she's doing anything to you.
They do it with their eyes.
Right, but I think they also speak. She hasn't really been saying anything.
If I was
She
doing
hasn't
anything,
been.
the voice in your head would be my voice. I'd make sure of it. Do you hear my voice in your head?
No.
Then it's not me. Plus, I do have friends in the Camarilla that would be quite sad, I believe, to see me go. I feel for you. I truly do, but this is not my doing.
Let's get home, all right? Let's take a breather, let's heal up, then we'll figure out what's going on. Better to have us all in one piece figuring it out than as we are now.
Yeah.
Yes, it's been such a horrible night. We don't need to be at each other's throats. We need to have peace and unity amongst our happy little coterie.
Olivia will try and gently take your hands off of her, if you have still got them on, and move to the other side of the elevator.
Marcelina's she's not gonna like hug Violet or anything like that, but she does kind of like hover closer to her. Kind of just keeping her eyes on Violet and observing her behavior.
Body's very tense and she's almost crouched.
Mm.
The elevator will reach the very top. The Coven of Kindred make their way back through the facility. I've said that bit. As they reach the end of the dirt trail and get back inside the awaiting people carrier, the facility explodes, filling the night air with its explosive red and yellow light, rocking the ground as the people carrier begins its journey back to the haven, with Marcelina in the driver's seat. Gregory drive back to their haven, and each exit the people carrier hurriedly as dawn approaches swiftly. They part ways with Olivia, who no doubt has her own arrangements made for her own haven. As Elias talks to himself, having not muted himself like the bastard he is. And you all rest for the day, as we all prepare what we're going to say to take the piss out of him when he can hear us. You alright there, Elias? Nice conversation? Good of you to share it with the world?
Talking to yourself now, Elias.
I forgot to mute my mic, I'm sorry.
God, thank God you weren't talking about your underpants.
Look, I know he's revealed that he's a Ravnos, but I really am still sticking to that Malkavian thing that he did at the beginning. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Believe it or not, this is why we love having him here every week.
Yeah.
And you will all awaken for the next night. Wouldn't normally do this, but as you were all put through the ringer by the SI, you may add your composure or your resolve, whichever is higher, and add it to your willpower tracker. You may slake one hunger, but do not go below 1. If you are at 0, increase your hunger to 1, however. Would anyone like to heal? Form an orderly queue.
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Marcelina, aggravated damage?
Yes.
3 rouse checks, please.
So that's 3, yeah.
Gain a hunger. Violet, superficial or aggravated?
Superficial?
Do a rouse check for me, please.
Woo.
Elias, any damage? Just my pride, Shiv!
Yeah, I have aggravated damage. I don't know if I want to risk rolling for it, though. But I may as well.
You have a herd.
What are the chances? I do.
You can feed off your herd and then do the 3 rouse checks.
Okay, cool.
May heal 1 ag. Olivia?
I think I'd like to try and feed off some people before I roll for aggravated, because otherwise, frenzy territory.
What's your predator roll?
Let's see. I'm a scene queen. Where does it?
That makes sense.
What is that roll? Sorry.
No, it's fine. Because the core book is not great for that. Not gonna lie, the layout is atrocious.
Yeah.
Because the rolls for each predator type are not under the predator types, and are in fact somewhere completely flipping different. It's just great.
I got you. It's manipulation plus persuasion.
Perfect. Thank you.
Wikipedia coming in more handy than the rulebook again.
Well, just so you know, everyone watching this, predator types are on page 175. Predator rolls are on page 307.
Of course. I'm gonna willpower that. Wow.
Would you like success at cost?
Yes, I believe I would.
You will apply your usual ways of acquiring prey. You will extend all 4 of your fangs into their flesh and begin to sup of their vitae. As you do so, the memory of being burned alive runs through your mind once more, and the beast screams. All you can think about, all you can see, are flames engulfing you, enveloping you, torturously agonizing you. You lose concentration for but a moment, and you drain the prey of every single drop of vitae. You may slake 5 hunger, but you will take 2 humanity stains.
Oh, what a shame. And then I'd like to roll for an aggravated, if that is okay.
Please roll 3 rouse checks.
Yep. Now.
Back.
Look at that.
Now they
Nice.
want to behave.
But hey, no hunger. Solo man,
I would like to hear some superficial, please.
do a rouse check for me, please.
Damn.
No hunger.
Got all excited about feeding, and now I'm back to where I started.
Solomon has spent his time away preparing, and finally makes his short walking distance to the warehouse the coterie cleared out before. He set up his lab, and his various crafting tools are out and ready to be used. Thinblood they captured has loyally followed Solomon to the dark and dingy warehouse, now bereft of the furnace, blackened buckets, and the box of aluminium shavings. Solomon has placed his case containing his scalpels, all laid out neatly inside, on a small waist-high table next to his Thinblood thrall, who has sat patiently with an innocent smile on his face next to Solomon's case, completely unfazed. Lord Solomon, you said I could be of more use to you, but you didn't exactly explain what the process would involve. Is now a good time to ask?
Yes. I've been so caught up in my work that I've not had time to explain to you. Please sit in my chair here. And I assume it's one of those like dingy like medical / dentist chairs with like the leather straps on the armrests and the Please take a seat.
You won't need the restraints. I'll do exactly as you tell me.
Oh no, trust me, it's better for the both of us. Now you were asking, and I'm going to begin restraining his limbs as I'm talking.
This brings back memories.
I told you were going to be of use, but I also told you that I wanted to make you better. And in all
Better
honesty,
how? Stronger? Faster? Harder?
Yes, I will rebuild you. I have the technology. You see, many kindred are fascinated with the written history, the history that has been carved out and set forth by man and woman. But my fascination is of the time before, because in my early studies in my youth, I learned of many graceful and powerful creatures that walked this land long before man did, and didn't have the chance to show what they could become before they were wiped out, and then man was given a lucky break. And because I'm getting kind of obvious here, I'm going to grab an extra scrap of leather that's maybe laying around. Nothing important. And I'm just going to go up to where his head's laying in the chair. Please, open wide.
Without question, he, of course, opens his mouth as wide as he can.
And I fold up the piece of leather and I put it in between his teeth. Bite down on this, it will help. You see, in these creatures that were before our time, they lived in a world that no longer exists. They could no longer exist. Many have tried and failed to bring them back to life, but it's impossible, you see. The world was so different back then. They could be larger and scarier and, I don't know, more magnificent, because the world was not terraformed by man's petulant actions to further himself. So, when I was given the gift of the blood, I realized I was no longer restricted by that world. I could recreate them in this world today. Are you on board?
I
I couldn't have said it better myself, Hein. And I don't really know what kind of hair he has, but I kind of brush some of his frazzled
Wow,
hair.
assuming he has hair.
I was just gonna... okay.
Emotional damage!
Yeah, I'm just going to lightly stroke his face then when I say that. So I'm going to begin the procedure.
Flesh is cut away cleanly. The wound is even fused, preventing any blood to spill needlessly. Despite the clear pain the thin blood would be feeling, his loyalty, forced into place by Solomon's blood, prevents him from screaming out in agony.
Should I make my roll?
Do a rouse check. You only need to do one rouse check for all of this crafting, so...
I am actually going to make 2 because I'm going to rouse the blood to add to my roll. If that is okay.
Absolutely.
To who? Okay. And then... modifiers, rouse plus 2. Oh, perfect.
Right.
I believe I'm going to begin with picking up some of the longer and thinner pieces of metal and grab some of my, maybe some pliers, and head towards where the man's arms are strapped into the chair.
Yep. Give me 2 seconds because
I know you're doing the overlay stuff. I apologize.
Solomon slowly and gracefully places his hand upon the thrall's own hand, one by one, and in a slow swoop is able to remove the thin blood's fingernails easily. He reaches across the table and slides razor-sharp blades in place of the fingernails, as small bubbles of blood ooze around the site where once were cuticles.
And as the blood starts to boil out bubble out from underneath, I'm going to start running my free hand over it, and it's going to start to bubble, almost like it's boiling, but it's not hot. And the fingers are going to start melding, and I'm going to start using the blades as almost like a scaffolding to elongate the fingers a bit and build up a bit more structure to them. And then the skin begins to calcify and harden into almost like an exoskeletal, like bug, almost like crustacean type formation, but just on the fingers. And then as I finish that, I'm going to work up the hands and start cutting and massaging the muscles to redistribute some of the mass to better positions.
Foul. That sounds foul.
Oh, I'm not even getting to the best part.
Disgusting. All right.
Distribution?
Yes.
Solomon, as the meaty fiend, manipulates the sitting thrall's arm, turning his muscle and flesh to clay under his touch, rolling the muscle down his arms as it slowly distributes into the man's hands, fingers, and wrist that pulse with new power and skill.
The forearms are also somewhat lengthened to a...
He's got 4 arms!
No. Not yet. His forearms are gonna be kind of stretched, almost spindly thin, to a very creepy like nature, and so much so that the muscles are stretched in a way that the 2 bones in the forearm, the gap between them is actually visible, because there's nothing to cover it now. And then I will first go, Aina, are you doing okay so far? Nothing is too terribly unpleasant, is it?
Just
Remember, he
let
still
out
had the piece of
a muffled noise of
Mhm.
being fine and attempting to be serene. Not that you would
excellent.
care.
And then I'll move down to the torso, continuing the redistribution of muscle down into the hips and legs to give him a better lower center of gravity, but also beginning to cut open pieces of the torso.
Solomon runs one of his longer scalpel blades under the thrall's flesh and along, separating the skin from muscle, and takes a small few chunk of precrafted metal, sliding them between the mounds of flesh and sinew, sealing the wound under his touch.
Now we are just at the last part. Are you ready?
And he'll nod, and you'll see he's desperately trying to restrain tears, but body's reaction is the body's reaction.
Excellent. You're holding up so well. Trust me, it will all be over very soon. And I will slide my little stool around the back of the chair so that way I may access the top of his head while he is reclined back.
This is my favorite one.
I figured it would be.
The flesh crafter takes one of his strongest scalpels and masterfully runs it around the man's scalp, cutting deeply into his head, and as he completes his deep tear, he places his hand upon the man's head, twisting it off and exposing the brain beneath. Solomon reaches in and pierces the dura mater, lifting it back and reaching out for another of his fine scalpels, cutting into the man's brain, removing a small piece, and discards it next to his case, before replacing the skull and sealing it in.
For once, Solomon's going to look at the scalpel he's been using, thinking about how, because the flesh crafting ability is somewhat new to him, and he's just going to put the scalpel down and he's going to begin molding Ein's head and face like clay, elongating it and giving him somewhat of a snout of sorts. The jaw, or the bone from the jaw and the skull coming to the surface a bit as I'm stretching the materials quite thin. The teeth fusing together into bony, sharp-like plates that mimic teeth but aren't exactly that. The bone also creates a hard carapace on the outer, on the front of his head, and what seems like a small rhinoceros-like horn on the very tip. He waves a hand over his eyes, and almost like a magic trick, as he moves his hand from one side to the other, the round ocular type eyes changed into more of a pill-shaped compound eye, almost like a bug. Yes. And I believe it was a terrific success. Congratulations. By this point, the leather is no longer in his mouth, and judging from what I've done to his head, he probably can't speak anymore. Just make noises.
He'll stumble forward as if he's using legs for the first time in his life. Look at both of his hands, now attached with long metal spikes, and just let out a loud, echoing growl into the warehouse.
I'm glad you love the changes, and thank you for the snack. And I'm going to pick up the brain matter that I removed, and as I leave the warehouse, I'm going to have a little nibble.
Brain food.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, back at the Haven, while Solomon applies his craft to his victim, the rest of the coterie are assembled together in their haven. Olivia has joined with Elias and Marcelina already as they sit together in the living room. It is slowly taking shape as the 300 kindred converse while they await Solomon and Skull's return.
Marcelina will actually be holding the hand of her ghoul, and would have fed her a bit more of her blood.
Rouse check for me, please.
Okay. It might get dicey in here, y'all, just saying. Oh no, never mind. It was a success.
He'll happily drink away.
Yeah, just a little cut on her palm that she feeds to Naomi. Yeah, with that, she'll honestly probably pull her onto her lap so that she can do so with ease. And then kind of look out at those here, especially Olivia, and say, "Right, so you said you needed some help."
Yes. Varaxon, the dear Primogen, has tasked me to just get you to help us with a few things. And apparently, this quest might be good for one of you as well. He did say that something of interest might be here. Well, there.
Mm.
We need to go to the country club to find a person named Sasayaki and get some information.
Oh, that won't be too difficult then. Do we have a description of what this person looks like?
Shiva, would I have any idea, or is it just what's on the note?
Just what's on the note.
But
you will know from Varaxon the way that he works is he gives you enough information that you find a trail of breadcrumbs that you'll be able to follow without issue.
No, I do not have a description, but I'm sure we'll be able to figure it out. Varaxon is efficient in the amount of details he gives.
All right then. I guess we'll have to just trust you on this one. Right, country club. Is there a dress code? I don't know that we want to stick out too much.
Used to be the haven of the former prince, but it is no longer. It is ghoul territory, in a sense.
Okay. Would it be helpful if I brought mine? I gesture to the ghoul that's like on my lap.
I believe that's up to personal preference.
Good to know. All right then. Marcelina will look at Naomi and be like, "You up for a trip, darling?"
I will do so much. I will do anything you ask of me.
Marcelina will look at her expectantly.
Asta.
Good girl. That's what I like to hear. All right then. I think we'll have a good time.
Yes, there's only a few conditions. We are not to be remembered, and we're meant to destroy or remove whatever we find at this second location, which we will need to get from Sasayaki.
Okay. All right then. That shouldn't be a problem. I believe Elias is in the room with us, right?
Elias,
Yes, maybe?
Violet are with you. Solomon and Skull have yet to arrive.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Elias, you can help us with making sure that we're not remembered, right?
Yes, well, I mean, it depends on how many people need to not remember you. But as long as it's just one or two, I can handle that easily.
Okay.
Sure, this won't be an
Maybe we
issue.
go. Yeah, I imagine that we can probably go in a bit stealthy, as we're just gathering information, at least at first, right?
Yes.
Just so you, the first location, the country club, doesn't matter if anyone remembers you or what. It's the second one that you need to clear out.
I see.
Which Olivia did say. I'm not criticizing you at all, Olivia. I'm just.
No, that's fine. Sorry.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just.
But thank you for
make sure.
Yeah.
Don't hate me.
No, I won't. All right then. Okay. Is there a timetable for this? Only because I know we're still waiting on two of our folks. Do we have to get there in a rush? Or can we
As
wait
long
for them?
as it takes, I would assume. I believe we can wait a few minutes. I don't think that would hurt.
All right. Good. Then I'll be right back. And with that, Marcelina's actually going to go up to her room and she's going to begin like gathering her weapons and stuff. And she's actually going to shoot Skull a text and say, "Hey, we got a
Kind of
mission."
Whoa. What kind of phone are you using?
Yeah. It's probably just a burner phone, like flip phone, burner phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Note that down.
Marcelina would have kind of a collection of them.
And
Yeah.
Please continue. What does this text say?
We have a mission. Where are you at? Where are you at, buddy? Yeah. Quick and easy. Nothing too extensive.
No masquerade breaches.
Yeah.
While she's getting ready, the front door will open, and Skull will come in, looking at his phone. Gran, she's in a room, right? Right. Pocket the phone, head up to Marcelina's room, and just...
As soon as she hears the knock, he will hear her say, "Come in."
Door, close it behind him. Mission, huh?
Yeah. So, our Malkavian friend from the other night, she's still with us. I'm sure you
I
her
saw
when
that.
you passed. Yeah. So apparently she was given a task for us to do from, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, Varaxon? Is his name? Yes? Okay, from Varaxon. For us to, to clear out some things, gather some information first at a country club. We gather some information at a country club, which will find a second location. And at the second location, we clear it out, from what I understand. But then we also have to make sure nobody remembers us after.
Clear it out.
That's a good question. I did not ask. I assumed that she chose us for a particular brand of violence. So probably something along that line.
Well, this is a fine situation I might be in tonight.
I mean, offer to join.
Oh no, I'm going.
Oh, good. I thought so. Right.
Yeah, I'm just for a change. I'm hoping it doesn't turn violent until towards the very end. I'm still feeling the last mission.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I'm not doing so great myself. And Marcelina will kind of like lift up her sleeve to kind of reveal that she still has burns and stuff.
He'll
So, yeah.
yeah, he'll like lift his shirt and show that he's still got.
Struggling. Yeah.
Mm.
All right, well.
Oh.
Play this right. Yeah.
I told you I was going to do some digging around on Naomi.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, that's really important.
And I did.
Okay, what do we find?
Yeah, you know how you suspected she was connected to the daimyo?
Yeah.
She is.
Good. No, that's really good. I really love that for us. That's definitely not gonna bite me in the ass later. Okay. Anybody looking for her?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. Okay. Buys me some time. What about your girl? Anybody looking for her?
No.
Okay.
And, like, I got lucky in the sense that everything she told me was accurate to the best of my context knowledge.
Okay.
And she doesn't have anything that ties her to that would seem to tie her to our world previous to her running into. Again, as far as the information I got from my contact.
Okay. All right. Well, that's better than nothing.
Yeah.
They're not looking for Naomi yet, but
Yeah.
I wonder if at some point they will. Oh, maybe I can get Solomon to change her face. You know?
That shit is freaky as hell, but it would probably work.
I mean, I think it's better than having the Daimo show up at our doorstep, looking for his great grandniece or whatever.
You're right, though.
Right? Okay. Well, that's a problem for another day.
Yeah.
But yeah, so let's head out, get this done, and hopefully we won't die.
Yeah. But,
Fingers crossed.
actually, speaking of missions, though.
Mm.
What happened to you in the elevator?
What are you talking about?
You just kind of went blank.
So, ST, before I answer this question,
Was that a pun? Possibly.
before I ask this question, would she be aware that this is a thing that happens to her if a set of words are said, or
On
would she
some
just, not
level,
know?
I'm sure she would, because it's almost like going into a conscious trance, like when you're driving or something like that. You're just on an autopilot, and it's something that you're aware of on some level. It's up to you how conscious you are of it. Think of Azrael from DC.
Okay. You see Marcelina kind of like, she's not annoyed or anything like that, but you can definitely tell that she like tenses up a little bit. And she sort of looks down and shakes her head and then looks back up at you and says, "Look, you know what I do for the family. They trained me to be more efficient at what I do, and sometimes I get this little funny sense where I am conscious of what I'm doing and I am amenable to it, but I can't stop myself. And it's after I hear a voice."
Are you saying that there are moments where you're literally in the back seat of your own head?
Sort of. Yeah. I'm backseating my body for sure. I agreed to it. I was consensual to allow that to happen to me, but yeah, it doesn't happen too often. Just every once in a while, some words are said, and then I am no longer in control.
This is some fucking comic book. Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
it should be a problem.
No.
It's never. It's never happened during when I need to put on a face for people. It only happens when I need to accomplish something that's looking a bit hairy, like that night.
If she lets him, he'll put his hands on her shoulders.
Okay. Yeah.
And he'll say, "Look, we can talk about it after this mission tonight. Just know I still trust you."
At this, she gives a smile. And she goes, "Yeah, we can talk about it later." And from there, she will, make sure she has all her stuff before they exit her room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let her walk out. And behind her back, Skull's kind of thinking,
Your mic ate what you said.
Okay, yeah, it's like he's just sitting there thinking to himself, like behind her back as he's following her out. Like, why do I still trust? Like, I definitely do, but why?
As Marcelina and Skull are having this conversation, I think it'd be fair to say that Solomon walks back into the Haven. And is there anything Olivia, Violet, and Elias and Solomon would like to talk about?
Just to paint the picture, Solomon very quickly opens the door, not slamming it open, but throws it open in almost excitement, and almost with a spring in his step, does the tradition, the routine, taking the shoes off, put on the whatever's. Yes. Hi everyone. I'm having the most wonderful night tonight. How are you all?
I'm doing much better tonight than I was earlier. Well, it was earlier or yesterday. It's the next. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm doing much better tonight than I was last night. Last night was quite gruesome and upsetting, but at least tonight I've been able to help my flock some and just be around our friendly coterie without so much shit, which is nice.
Uh-huh.
I love this positive energy that we all have here.
Yes.
Elias,
Yes?
I'm sorry I haven't been around your clan before, and you smelled really good. I'm really sorry.
Oh, yes. Don't worry about it, Violet. I'm sure it was an accident. I understand.
Still, she goes up and hugs him. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me.
Elias will hug you back.
Quickly pushes him away and backs off. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's quite alright. I could never hate any of my coterie. I just want us all to be friends and to be happy and to seek enlightenment together.
Enlightenment. Yep.
Gull will glide around, looking at Violet. And what's
you
going
are
on
at this point.
You?
You two are still upstairs having your conversation.
Then Skull ain't doing a damn thing in this room. Skull ain't doing it. Shutting the fuck up, muting myself.
Violet backs up and goes to the other side of the room.
I'm sorry. I won't hug anyone else, okay? I won't. I'm sorry.
Do you know it would cheer everyone up?
But
What's that, Solomon?
I do not know what else we need to do or to accomplish this night, but I would love to show you the piece of artwork I just finished creating.
you're an artist.
Of sorts.
Oh, how delightful. Well, perhaps once we're finished with our mission, we can see your
Yes.
delightful gallery.
Yes, I would love to bring him with us, but unfortunately I do not believe we have any vehicles that could fit him at the moment.
Ah, performance art. Spectacular.
Performance. Never looked at it that way before. He is quite beautiful, though. I'm excited for you all to meet him. Well, you've met him, he just looks different.
I'm not sure what you mean, Solomon, but I'm happy to hear that you have a passionate hobby.
And that
hopefully,
passion burns with a mighty flame.
Oh,
yes,
good.
and hopefully the individual you're performing your hobby with, or is he an actor, or what's the connection?
Well, do you remember the thin blood that we kidnapped?
Yes, he was quite a pleasant fellow.
Yes, it's him.
I'm
And
sorry, I
that'll be
don't
when
quite
Skull and
understand.
Marcelina arrive downstairs.
Marcelina comes down the stairs and is like, "Oh, hi, Solomon. What were you saying about that thin blood? Whatever happened to him? I haven't seen him in a while."
Oh, he's at the warehouse. He's going to have to stay there for a while. I don't think he'll be able to go out in public anytime soon, but he will come in handy quite heavily as soon as I get the ability to transport him.
Have you done one of your abilities?
Oh, yes, I have him, and it went exquisitely.
You promised you'd let me watch. God damn it.
Oh.
Well, next time.
You're so right, Marcy. I'm so sorry. I got so caught up in the design. Why do you think I've been gone so often recently? I get caught up in my work, and it gets the better of me.
Well, I'll forgive you because you were working on your art, and art takes time and dedication and a lot of brain power, so it's fine. The next time, though, I want to be there. I'm very interested to see how you do what you do.
Well, I don't know exactly what we have planned for the rest of the evening, but I would love to show him to you at some point.
Well, if we got some time. Wait, now, Olivia has done us a great service. Well, done me a great service recently, and so we are going to go and help her out with a little thing that Raxon has asked for her to do.
Of course.
Maybe
Yes, I do not want to take away any attention to what is vitally necessary at this moment in time.
Okay.
Well,
All right, good.
Yes. Well, Violet, I hope you're not beating yourself up too much over it. All is forgiving. Accidents happen, and hopefully you'll feel better tonight. And if not, maybe Solomon's art will cheer you up. Art usually makes people happy.
Yes.
Good art at least makes people feel things, right?
Yep, that's totally what's going to happen.
Good for the soul.
Yeah. Real healing.
Does Violet still have her hands up by her head like that?
Yeah, she's in the other side of the room, not looking at anyone.
I think at this point Skull is going to almost slink right in front of, almost unavoidably. And what's going on in your head tonight?
Nothing, just... I tried to eat Elias. It was very bad. I won't do it again.
Well, I would hope you wouldn't do it again. But why are you across the room from him? He'd forgive he'd forgive a Diablerist for slurping him up. Why are you hiding over here just because, you frenzied?
Don't eat your coterie members. Don't eat your coterie members, even if they smell good. I'm trying to be careful. It's good to be careful.
I mean, unless they like it, but that's neither here nor there.
Marcelina is pretty much giggling in her seat at all this. And this basically says to Violet, "Oh, don't worry about it too much, darling. Some of us are just biding their time for when they get to eat Elias." Right, we have a mission to go on. Why don't we head out and do that?
Let's.
Gertrude leave the haven making a short walk to the car park provided for the residents at the end of the road, and leave the warm, dark night behind them as they enter an awaiting people carrier to take them to their destination. As you're driving your way through quiet, dark roads of Japan, Elias, what are your thoughts and feelings right now? You've been able to successfully come out of a Second Inquisition holding. You've retained your own soul in your own body, despite being fed on, because you are delicious. What are your thoughts and feelings right now?
Elias is a bit upset regarding what happened last night, especially with the how gruesome and how much bloodshed there was. He's upset that he lost a little bit of himself there with the violence, and is hoping he will find his way back on the path, keep working towards his enlightenment. It was unfortunate that he got mauled by...
And like, I feel silly because it feels like nowhere in Japan has cameras. Is there any cameras that she can see around
Fields
the
do
building?
not have cameras, no.
Okay, cool. Then we proceed forward.
And Violet knocking on the door?
With whom?
Yeah.
The small slider panel opens with the noise of metal grinding against metal. It echoes into the night as a pair of eyes and a nose bridge are revealed behind the slider. Private party. No entry.
I put my face in near the hole. Hi.
Oh. And the metal slider will just shut. And the door will open.
Mm-hmm.
Door opens, and the sound of loud music smashes into the kindred's ears as they are ushered into the large open building. Lights are dimmed, but provide more than enough illumination for the kindred to see the walls that are made of stitched together flesh that seems to still bleed. Every piece of furniture seems to be made from bone, skin, and other pieces of limp bodies. Either side of the door is what appears to be two large eyes, and as you look close, the walls themselves seems to be staring back at you. You realize that these two large eyeballs are made up of many smaller ones. The far left wall of stitched together, almost pulsing flesh has a small bar against it, while a large music system rests against the back wall. Dozens upon dozens of ghouls are moving their way around the large interior, some socializing with others, while others take drinks from the bar. How would you like to proceed?
This was not what I was expecting. Interesting.
Yeah, not at all.
I'm going to use Oblivion Sight. I want to see if there's any, like, given all the bodies that are sewn into the walls and such, I'd like to see if there's any ghosties around.
You don't need to roll for that, because there are no ghosts.
Okay.
And it will be at that moment that you realize that that probably means the flesh is not dead.
Fascinating. Solomon,
Yes.
is this the type of thing you can do?
Given some time, you probably.
Because they're still alive. The walls, I mean.
Yes, it's quite exquisite, isn't it?
Well, I guess. Right, okay.
Well,
What are we looking for?
everyone loves a home, right? And what better way to decorate your home but with the things and people that you love?
You
Yeah.
know, I could get behind that logic. Right, so who is it that we're looking for again?
We're looking for a Sasayaki.
Sasayaki. All right. Cool. Well, you said that the ghouls are like kind of milling about. Some are like getting drinks, and so does it feel very much like a hangout for the ghouls?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll see that Many of them are just staring at you almost in awe. Violet.
Do any of them look like a nosy ghoul?
I don't think the blood affects ghouls in the same way it does the kindred.
Does it not?
Not as far as I'm aware.
It can, but
Wow.
it takes a very, very, very long time.
I guess so. If there's like a ghoul that's been with a nos for a long time, then they would show signs, but...
Can I look around for one? Is any of them excited to see a nosy since there are not that many?
Wits and awareness for me, please.
Two.
Be able to see that great deal many of them are extremely excited to see all of you. One or two seem to have this impression of recognition when they look at you, Violet. Whether or not that's because you're Nosferatu or they know of your backstory, you obviously can't tell from a glance.
I wave at them once.
Most of them are a little shy and just sort of try to avoid eye contact. But one just sort of stand there nervously.
I'm just keeping mental track of that one.
Elias would be pretty horrified and upset over the location and the fact that, you know, the walls are alive. Like, that's pretty upsetting for him. He would be
And the
probably
hills have
hanging.
eyes.
Yeah, he would probably be hanging back and looking pretty distraught.
Do you feel you need to do a terror
Marcel-
frenzy test?
Sure.
Do a terror frenzy test for me. That's only going to be difficulty 2.
Okay.
We're all just like scoping out the cloud, like, yeah, this is great. Wow, this is great. And then Elias goes screaming out the door.
Fuck out, yeah.
Elias
Yeah.
feels the gentle pull of the beast, tearing at him, attempting to make him run away, but he's able to steel his own resolve, and despite his misgivings, is able to stand his ground.
Elias breathes heavily. This place is unsettling. I'm not a fan of this decor.
I imagine we won't be here too long, Elias. With that, Marceline is just going to turn to her ghoul and say, I need you to take a look around, keep your ears open. We're looking for a Sasaki, is that how you say his name? Or their
Sasayaki.
name? I don't want to. Sasayaki. Which I relay to her and kind of send her off to go and play scout for a moment.
She'll give you a deep bow. Start making her way around the room. It won't take her long. She'll soon return with very eager, not too old, not too young man. You're not like us, are you? He's speaking Japanese. I don't.
Who's he speaking to when he says that?
The group.
Oh, the group. Okay.
Not quite.
Marcelina gives her most charming of smiles.
You
And
come to
look
see that
at
Lewis
Naomi.
being softened up. Is that it?
One more time, Shiv. What did you say?
Have you come to see Lewis being softened up?
No, tell
Yes.
us more.
Are we playing knife and spoon?
Not quite. Solomon. Wits and awareness, please.
No option for investigation.
No. This isn't a difficult
Just
task.
okay.
You
Yeah, just
thrashed
wow.
it.
Okay.
And Solomon, as you hear the name Lewis being said, you'll dart your eyes around. You will notice a familiar face of Lewis, speaking with one of the many ghouls in the interior, as they make their way through a door built into the wall on the right.
So they're not in here anymore. I just saw them leave.
They've gone into a different part of the building with
Gotcha.
another ghoul.
The ghoul that we're speaking to. Excuse me, what is in that direction? And I'll point at the door that they're headed through.
We call it the swimming pool.
Okay.
I see. Is it open for anyone to enter, or do you need permission?
We would never stop the likes of you.
Thank you. And I'm going to slink away from the coterie and head away. Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody just sneaks away like that. Right. I think if he's sneaking away, can I see if I notice?
I said flink. Flink. Not sneak.
Oh, okay.
Flinking
Okay.
away.
Okay. All right.
Barrel rolls.
Making-
Yeah.
Slink kind of implies he's got this limp and he's dragging his foot going, the bells, Esmeralda, the bells.
No, as per what Violet suggested, I get down on the floor and I roll towards the door.
Right. Marcelina watches like, okay. Not gonna question it. You know, Solomon can do what he wants. She'll turn to Olivia and say, "Right. So, what other details did your primogen give you about this place and the person we're looking for?"
Just that we needed to look for Sasayaki and extract information about the whereabouts of a house in Funabashi.
Okay.
We need the address from him.
Right, nothing more. Okay. And what's your name? Marcelina says to the ghoul that Naomi brought to him. I mean to her.
Michio.
Michio? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Michio, sweetheart. Can you, would you be able to point me in the direction of Sasayaki?
Couldn't really just say where he may or may not be.
Why is that?
Manners.
Can you tell us where
Amazing.
Sasayaki is? Please.
Crisper and persuasion.
I was gonna intimidate, but I'll let her go.
Well, if this doesn't work, feel free to intimidate.
Alright.
He'll just pointlessly look left and right, surrounded by other ghouls. Go to the left wing. Don't all go at once or anything like that. Might be a little bit overwhelming.
Alright. Marcelina, she says to her ghoul, "You stay here, alright, sweetheart? Keep your eyes and ears open. I'll be right back."
Eyes and ears open.
Right, okay. keep a lookout for anything that may be harmful to me. Keep your ears open for information if you hear anything whilst you're mingling among the crowd.
Hey! She'll give another bow.
Good girl. And with that, Marcelina will sort of like, she's not rushing towards that left side, but she is going to start kind of heading in that direction. Her hand kind of sneaking, a little bit beneath her jacket that she's wearing towards one of her weapons, just in case.
Yep.
Liv will gesture to the rest of the group. One at a time, after you.
I didn't like that look, by the way, that Shiv gave. I didn't like that at all. So, guard up.
Elias would shudder, and he would slowly proceed towards the left wing.
Skull? Are you going to door number 1 with Solomon? Or would you like to go to door number 2, the rest of the coterie? Or would you like something else entirely? Mystery box.
Fuck it, let's do something different. Is there a third door?
There is not a third door. It's just one on the left, one on the right, and this club floor, in essence, club bar floor. Whatever the kids call it these days, a discotheque.
That wasn't it.
If there isn't a third door, then I'll go through the door with go through the door that Elias went through. Because there's a whole lot of people in this coterie who'll be very upset if something happens to him.
The coterie make their way to the left of the building. A small door is opened for the approaching coterie, revealing a thick metal reinforced piece of metal behind the fascia. Inside is a small but comfortable room. As the door is closed, it manages to block out the music in the main room itself. The room is inhabited by several men and women, all sat in a traditional Caesar position at a fairly short table, with a man sat in the middle, facing the coterie as the other companions sit around the remaining spaces. Each of them have handleless cups all filled with steaming hot green tea placed in front of them. The man in the center gives a small smile as he exhales. Come. Sit, join us. We are deep in discussion. All Japanese again.
Yeah, Marcelino will actually give a little bow as cultural respect, and then we'll find a place at the back to watch on.
Violet goes to sit down.
Same. Olivia will politely bow and sit down.
As long as there's a normal chair, Elias would politely bow. Okay, in that case, Elias will politely bow and remain standing.
Oh, I assumed they were all on the floor. I don't know why. Anyway.
Well, floor is
Caesar
okay too.
positions.
I just don't
Caesar
want to
position
sit
is
in
just
a...
putting your legs
Oh, okay.
sitting on a cushion.
All right.
Yeah,
There's something
if
important about
there's
the
a...
position of the feet, but it's painful to describe it.
If there's a cushion, you'd sit down. I just don't want to sit down on a flesh-crafted chair or a flesh-crafted cushion.
I know, these would be nice cushions.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'll bow.
Oh?
Skull will look for a flesh-crafted chair.
Absolutely no problem.
And he'll sit on that. I
Like
don't
the
know, does it have a
maneuver?
built-in massager? Obviously. Does it have a built-in massager? Yay.
Incredible.
Does now.
Is the massager just the chair going,
That's something we can get away with saying on Twitch, so yes.
It has hands that just grab your shoulders.
Very different minds in this group. Very different minds.
I am done. All of you. I'm fucking done.
Hey,
I'm
Man.
good with all of that.
Man at the centre starts addressing those that sat near. We are talking how, although your kind are clearly superior to the average human, you have to rely on us. The Thin Bloods, as you call them, are more akin to us than you. We feel that you cannot function as well as you do without us. But those Thin Bloods are able to do things similar to us. Some of them even similar to you. But are also unlike either of us. This presents something of a curiosity. What are your thoughts about it?
Which one of us wants to take this?
Skull's
Which one of
first inclination is to look around to see if he can see anybody he might recognize from the Camarilla because he knows what the party line is.
And there'll all be ghouls in here.
Yeah, but ghouls talk to their masters.
They do,
Like-
but I don't think Skull would ever have bothered knowing whose ghoul belongs to who, you know? There's just so many of them. And
You're
give a shit
absolutely
about
correct.
ghouls.
He would not. That's why it's a futile exercise, but he's doing it anyway.
That's fair, that's fair.
It's just, decides it's not worth it, and he just kind of crosses his arms and fails to answer.
Elias, I think you wanted to say something?
Well, I don't have much personal experience. I've never ghouled anyone. But I believe perhaps it has something to do with the concentration or the potency of the vitae. And, well, ghouls can't supply their own vitae. They need a vampire, they need kindred for vitae. Thin Bloods are, unlike ghouls, Thin Bloods are dead, like kindred. They produce their own vitae. However, that vitae is weak. Less
Thin
potent.
Bloods believe themselves to be something more than the both of us, but are like neither. Some even have the audacity to think of themselves as the next evolution in your kind. What do you think of that?
Well, I for one would be happy for the touch of the sun and the ability to be closer to my humanity and to have a path of sunlight to walk upon. But I fear most of my kind would disagree. I feel most kindred would seek power over humanity.
That is kindred's right to inherit the flock, is it not?
Yes, I believe so. My goals are different. I'm trying to seek enlightenment.
I'm sorry.
And
Could you say your ghouls?
my goals.
Ah, American accents, I'm sorry.
Yes, my goals are different. I'm trying to seek a spiritual enlightenment in a manner of speaking.
And then, what brings you here this night?
To support my friendly coterie.
Violet, well, you were sitting at the table, right?
I am, yeah.
Friendly coterie. And you travel with the elder or older Nosferatu.
Well, I mean, we are friendly. We have discussions and we talk and we help one another out when in need.
I had
And-
no idea that that was an Archon's position or function.
Well, I wouldn't know much about Archons or what they do. I'm just a humble kindred.
A humble or ignorant kindred, it may be.
Can
Well,
Can I do an insight check on this guy?
What are
guess
you searching
I'm
for?
Trying to. I'm just trying to I guess I'm trying to get a beat on him. It feels like something is
Murder?
off about his line of thinking, and then for him to know of Violet so well, it's weird to me. So I guess I'm trying to see if maybe if Violet and him recognize each other, or you know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get a beat on this guy. He seems very strange to me.
It's an insight.
Okay.
I think Olivia could even give you a +1,
Yeah.
because
Allow it.
that's pretty much Olivia's wheelhouse.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Also,
Yep, not 40.
out of character, Violet hasn't disclosed that to us, right? We don't know she's a former.
Violet didn't.
Well,
It was
No,
said
we-
in front of you when you all met the prince.
You're
Yeah.
right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is information we all have.
Yeah. But
Strange.
I guess I just find it strange, that this random ghoul cult leader is trying to, give away information about Violet so easily.
We get the impression that he believes he is asking just questions, assessing you, where you're all coming from, especially you, Marcelina, because you're not even Camarilla.
Okay.
Probably the most you'll be able to get out of him for 3.
Okay. Yeah, I think Marcelina will hang back. She's not going to do anything just yet. She's just listening to the conversation happen. And these individuals that are around them are looking up to him and sort of in rapt attention as he asks these questions and has discussion, or
Their heads
are they
moving,
offering any information?
flicking between him when he
Ping
talks
pong.
straight to whoever of the kindred talk. And so,
It's your master, ghoul.
Braxis, Venture Primogen.
Being awfully rude to my companion.
It is not meant as a sign of disrespect, but your motivations, who you are and where you come from. You may have some kind of target in any of our masters.
I still think you should apologize. Don't you?
Then I am very sorry for insulting you or putting any dispersions upon your honor. That was not and never was my intent. I beg your forgiveness.
She just smiles at him.
That's a good boy.
It is wonderful to have civil conversation.
Yes. Now, if we've done answering your questions, are you Sasayaki?
I am.
Good.
Excellent.
What do I owe the honor of being sought out by full-blooded kindred for?
We are tasking you with the honor of giving us a location.
Be my pleasure to serve.
As it should. There's a specific house in Funabashi that I believe you know the location of. We need that address.
You are from him, aren't you? The house you seek is in Takanidai. He'll write down a specific address on a piece of paper and hand it to you. Well, no, he will not hand it to you. He will push it across the table because he is not worthy of handing you something directly. You will find it on a side road, coming off from the main road, opposite Sushi Column. Is there any other way I may be of assistance to you?
Bow your head a little bit.
Bow his head instantaneously.
Violet pats him on the head. Thank you.
It is my privilege and honor to be of service to you, especially.
Good.
Who is it that you work for?
The Venture Primogen Cabraxis.
Okay.
Marcelina's like in her corner, kind of squinting at this individual, especially once they mention who they work for. And I guess understanding like that's how they got all their information about who's who in the coterie. And she'll actually, I think she'll get up and she'll give a kind of like a tilted bow of her head before exiting the space. She is her intention is to go after Solomon.
Yeah, the last minute things before we spinning Batman symbol over to Solomon.
Nope. Skull is doing, like, without even looking at Marcelina, he'll just get up from his flesh-crafted massage chair, slight bow, and then go to catch up with Solomon.
Humiliating the ghoul. Wonderful. Meanwhile, Solomon makes his way through the door on the right. The door is quickly and easily opened, revealing a few ghouls inside, hanging around with each other, next to a small swimming pool filled with, not water, but with blood. Hanging over the viscous liquid is a crane attached to which is a large metallic table, peppered with small holes. Hanging on the far wall is a wide array of tools Solomon instantly recognizes as similar to those that he uses in his own projects. Lewis is across the way, and is being spoken to with great animation by several of the ghouls.
I'm going to casually begin approaching the group, trying to listen in on what they might be talking about before I interject.
Wits and awareness for me, please. Would let you do wits and stealth if you prefer.
Oh, Okay, hold on. I would like to do that.
Sorry, that was my fault for
Oh,
not
no,
saying it
no.
fast enough, so that doesn't count.
No, you're good. I
Oh.
forgot that I don't have as many dots.
You're
in
not
stealth
thirsting anymore, yeah.
No.
You try to listen in on the conversation. You merely hear the word prince being mentioned, and as you approach, they quickly silence themselves, turn to see you, and are in awe of your presence.
Greetings. I do not mean to disrespectfully interject, but I couldn't help but I don't know. I've never been here before, and I wanted to get to know everyone here, and I'm giving a side eye to Lewis.
And he'll just sort of like look of surprise, almost terror, when he sees you and recognizes you. But he remains silent. The other ghouls in the area do the talking. It is no disrespect. It is our honor to receive you, especially of your blood, in this area, and it is most gracious of you to visit behind the scenes, as it were. We are preparing a gift for the prince, as you can see. And they'll be gesturing over to Lewis.
Your words are far too kind. A gift, please. Please continue. But I do enjoy the prince's company, having spent time in his domain. What sort of gifts are you planning? What sort of gifts are you planning to give?
Perhaps we should have this conversation a little further away, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, of course.
And I'll walk to, just the far side, just out of earshot from Lewis. The prince, as I'm sure you are well aware, is an avid crafter. We regularly pay tribute by providing her with material. Lewis here is our latest offering. He is to be drained, not entirely, just enough to become pliable and agreeable. And then he shall be taken to the prince and dealt with as she sees fit.
And what is it that made you choose him?
He seemed to have some almost awareness of our kind already. It was no big loss.
Well, he's
found
going to...
in Onakita, walking around the streets. Do you need me to remind you where Onakita is?
Yes, please.
That's where your haven is.
Gotcha. Fascinating. Well, and I'm just going to look over in Lewis's direction, and give the almost a judgmental frown. Are you sure he is worthy enough for the prince?
Prince cares not the source of the material as long as it is clean. He's clean. Enough.
Just out of curiosity, what exactly do you mean by clean?
We would never even consider paying tribute to the prince with a vagrant.
Would you like your gift to mean much more to the prince, if I may have a suggestion?
More? More, you say?
Yes, I dare say more. I've a guru.
Is there a twist in this tale?
Yeah. I have a guru that I've been keeping under my surveillance for quite some time for very similar practices, and I just haven't figured out the right project for him yet. Would you like for a gruel from one Zemixi to gift to the prince, rather than just this random schlub?
It's from persuasion.
I don't even know why Lewis is here, but I'm gonna blush for blood so I could do better. Persuasion. Don't use charisma that often. Forget where it's at on the list. I'm re-rolling. Are you?
Did someone use the reroll that they gave us a while ago?
I don't know.
That's,
I was gonna ask.
You do
but I
have
don't
a
know.
reroll from Pixie. Third time's a charm.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's better. Thank you, Pixie.
Viable enough already, you say?
Yes, I have not begun any sort of bonding or loyalty processes yet.
We take delivery of the package tonight.
Of course.
Very well. But we will keep a hold of this one until we receive the replacements.
That is perfectly fine. I don't see any problem. Just out of curiosity, the area you found this one in is very... It's an area I know quite well. Do you mind if I speak to him? I would like to know why he was wandering around such a place.
As you wish.
Thank you.
He'll just stand to the side, bow and gesture.
And I will just casually walk over to Lewis, try not to seem overly anxious or eager, and like out loud, like as if trying to get his attention. And then I just, whatever he's wearing, you with the blue shirt. You didn't describe what he's wearing, so I'm just...
I'm only wearing the blue shirt because the red one failed me today.
Yes, thankfully enough. Sorry. And as soon as I get closer and closer, I begin to whisper to him, "What are you doing here?"
Never mind what I'm doing here. What are you doing here?
I'm here on the business.
That's strange. I suppose I sort of am as well.
Now, mind you, I did not tell them that I know you, and it is better for us both if they don't know that we know each other.
I see. How nice to meet you, stranger.
Fucking hate it. I shouldn't have said anything. What sort of business are you here for anyway?
You've seen these people? What they're capable of?
Yes.
You have? Well, why haven't you been studying them? This is amazing. This is about the breakthroughs we could have.
I have been studying them, but...
Well, you say that, but I've never seen you here before.
Yes.
Was it because I was wearing the red shirt and not the blue shirt?
Yes, you look better in blue. Now, anyway.
Matches my eyes.
Yes, quite. I'll have you know that the reason why I tried to keep my study of these a secret is because there's a group of people that will make everyone's life a living hell if they know that they're even here. So the fact that I can study them without making a ruckus about it is a good thing.
Who would do such a thing? The advancements we could make. I don't even think these people suffer from the cold.
I don't believe they do, no. But, trust me, they are capable of terrible things. In fact, I just saved you from it.
Well, yes, pish posh, we're all capable of terrible things. I know the old Adam synonym about people and what they're capable of, but just think of the advancements.
I need to head back to the house that I'm staying in here, and I need to get somebody to come and replace you so these people don't end up turning you into what they were about to turn you into.
What do you mean?
Well, you're the one that said you've been studying them,
Yes.
and you don't even know what they're capable of. Lewis, what did I ever teach you?
Physical acts are completely irrelevant to my work as a biologist. It's a cellular activity that interests me so. They're fascinating subjects. The things we
Yes,
could
indeed.
learn, the advancements that could be made.
Now, I will show you what I've got in research, but you need to make sure that they don't take you anywhere. You have to stay here until I return.
What if they offer to take me home?
They will not take you home.
Why not?
I thought I talked better. Have you? Did you see the other room? Did you see the pool?
Well, everyone has a strange collection. You collect those damn butterflies while they're still alive.
Well, yes, if I don't pin them while they're alive, then I might damage their wing.
And these people keep a small tub of blood. It's fine.
It's a swimming pool.
It's hardly a swimming. It's like a paddling pool.
It's still... There's at least 10 people's worth of blood in there.
You say, how did you know that so quickly?
Well, the
Why am I
average
saying
person
I
has
say as
said-
if I'm British? I'm not British in this game.
We're both biologists. You should know that the average human body has 7 liters of blood in it.
Doesn't necessarily mean that all of these people... We carry this conversation on another day, Doctor.
We will. But, like I said, you need to stay here, and I will be right back.
That was what I was going to do anyway.
Good.
What then?
Fine then.
Well, I'll see you later then.
Good. I'll see you later.
Fine. No, I'll see you later.
This is where
Gotcha.
Marcelina is gonna fucking beeline it into the room, if that's okay with the storyteller.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Marcelina
Probably arm
is
in arm
gonna
with... I say
essentially-
arm in arm. Probably walking in with Skull as well, because he's made that direction as well.
Probably behind me. But yeah, she's gonna fucking be beelining it and looking for Solomon. And as soon as she finds him in this, I imagine, very heated argument of "I will talk to you later" type of thing, and will immediately like waltz up to Solomon and be like, "So what's going on here? Is everyone all right?"
Why, hello, Marcelina. I was just talking to this Kine here.
And who are
they-
you, dear?
They call me Lewis and... Solomon.
Yes, we've gotten quite acquainted in the last few minutes.
Are you-
haven't we?
Are you going to that bondage club? You know, he's looking at Skull, he's looking at Marcelina, he's looking at Skull, he's looking at Marcelina. He's like,
Marcelina sticks a hand out to like shake his hand, and says, "Lewis, my name's Marcelina. It's lovely to meet you. How did did you find your way here, darling? You seem a bit
I
out
was-
of place.
And, he'll socially awkwardly doesn't quite know what you're expecting with this hand, so he's just sort of...
Well, she's
Shake
literally
hand
gonna
like that.
shake his hand like a normal person would upon
Oh, I thought
greeting.
you were doing that. I'm sorry.
Nope, that's just the way that my hand came out, but I was literally
Gotcha.
just shaking his hand.
Gotcha.
Like a normal person.
Marcelina, young Lewis here, was going to be delivered as a gift to the prince, and I told the ghouls here that is just not good enough. I have a ghoul back at the domain that is a much finer choice and would mean a lot more for the prince to have these ghouls have a hand-picked gift from another Zemixi.
Doctor, like, Prince, Schools, Samskis, that... Are these terms in your community?
Lewis, sweetheart, do you know Solomon?
Indeed I do. He's been my mentor for some unknown time that isn't written on his sheet.
Oh,
Yep.
So he's special to you, Solomon. I see.
And
She like hushes her voice down when she realizes this, so that really only those that are like, essentially her, Solomon, Lewis, and Skull can hear her say this.
yeah, it's almost
Skull
as if
just tilts his head.
it's almost as if I didn't expect him to be here. But
I see.
these ghouls do not seem to know, and I have... Well, it was trying to convince them to give up something that they found. I genuinely think that the prince would much more enjoy a ghoul from another Semixi than a random schlub from the street.
Right. I am curious as to why they're given the... Is this a custom here, that the ghouls give gifts to the prince in such a fashion?
From what they described, yes. For Lewis's sake here, I will not describe in detail what they were planning on doing to
My safe word is pineapples.
Is that what you thought, sweetheart? That's what you were doing here?
That seems to be the way it's going, and I'm not sure if I'm getting a choice in this. So I'd rather let you all know my safe word now, rather than just
Skull,
ruin the moment.
Skull uses Daunt.
Yeah, he's like... Good night. Exit stage left.
No. You
No.
get your butt back right. You get your butt right back here.
while
Mark
Skull
is,
and
And he's sort of,
I'm
you know,
faster
he's
than
doing
you
this,
are, and I'm higher.
He's doing this sort of strange maneuver of he really doesn't want to, but you know, there are many reasons why he's also wants to go towards Skull, and so he's having this strange moment of just, should I stay? Should I
A moral
go?
dilemma.
I wish there was a song
Yeah.
about this.
I'm gonna
Should I stay or should I go?
I'm gonna lean into Marceline, so hopefully only she can hear me. The ghouls here promised to take my leftover ghoul in replacement for Lewis here, but they requested that he stay here until I return them with my gift.
Let's see now. Maybe we can do something about that. Because I don't know. Did they give you a timetable as to when they planned on doing what they were doing with Louis?
Preferably tonight.
Okay, right. Marcelina is going to go up to that group of ghouls that I imagine are still kind of lingering in this space. And as soon as she walks up to them and say, "Oh, hello, I just have a couple questions for y'all, if you don't mind answering." And she obviously says this in Japanese.
Of course, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Oh, wonderful. See, I was was just curious. I know that you plan on giving this delightful little gift to the prince. Did you have a time in which you plan to do that? I know that my friend here has offered a trade of sorts with a much better gift to offer. And I just wanted to know if you had some sort of time in which you planned on doing such a thing.
We were hoping to be able to do the exchange tonight. We wouldn't bother you with such a small detail. We'd bundle him into a small taxi, have the taxi pick up the payment, and our business would be concluded. Why make such dog's
Now,
dinner out of things, after all?
Oh, no, of course.
Dog's dinner,
I'm
totally
curious, were you
Japanese
planning-
phrase.
I am curious to know if you were you planning on doing any alterations or any kind of alterations is a good word.
No, we would not dare do such a thing. That would be for the prince to do. We were merely going to take a generous amount of his blood. As you can see, we have quite a collection. If you or any of your companions wish to take a dip, it's not fresh, but I understand it's perhaps refreshing to swim in.
Right. Okay. Well, see, now, here's the deal. I'm gonna make a little request. Okay. Now, we are going to bring back what my friend here has offered to trade with you, but I do request one thing, that you don't touch a single part of that man's body. Don't remove a single cell. Keep him as is until we get back. Do you think you can do that for me, darling?
Of course. Be our pleasure.
Thank you so much. I think in terms of trade-in, I think we want both gifts to be given and equally pristine. So yes, if you could just keep him safe until we return, that would be much appreciated.
It would be our pleasure.
With that, she's gonna give a little bow, and walk over to Solomon. What's called a nitro, to Solomon, and go, right, so I've worked out a little deal. They're gonna keep Lewis whole and without any holes punctured in him until we come back with your end of the deal.
Excellent.
Yes, but that is only for tonight. If we don't come back, I don't know how long they will wait.
Oh no, I assure you, I am coming back. And I direct that at Lewis.
Lewis is still having this problem of,
Yeah, without looking away from Lewis. Solomon. Would it make things easier if I stayed here with your acquaintance while you go retrieve your asset for trading?
I mean, it is all entirely up to you. Was there anything else we needed to finish business-wise tonight? I did not mean to derail our agency for anything else.
No, I think we got all that we needed. That's why I came in here, actually, was to come get you, because we were going to head out.
Oh. Yes, I will go right back to the domain and come right back. Of course, with any help from anybody to bring back, what was the name? Did they have a name? I don't remember. Member, not really a guru, our kind that is back at the domain.
Oh.
One of the ghouls, by the way, he's overheard this. And we can help. There's no need to put yourselves out. We're happy to do the exchange ourselves. We would not
Marcelina
want to
just raises
distract
an
you
eyebrow.
from clearly far more important work than whatever it is that we are else to, if you are doing it.
Yeah, Marceline is just going to raise an eyebrow to Solomon since this is his deal.
Yes, I entirely agree. I believe we are probably capable of doing this. It's one person for one person. I don't think we need a exuberant amount of muscle to make this trade happen. I just want to get it done as hastily as possible. Also,
Grace us with your
depending on
presence. How about we call the taxi for him now? And he can arrange the setup. That way you are not distracted from far more pressing matters that you may have tonight.
Right.
Yes, I
Look, horse,
Yes.
water, drink.
I'm a little frazzled, okay? I didn't expect the touchstone to be here tonight.
I can understand. It's a little jarring for sure.
Yes, I feel that is quite a good agreement. These ghouls seem quite apt at pleasing our kind. Phrasing.
You said what you said.
Anyway, Olivia had us come here for information. Were we able to? I'm sorry. You and I look at the group. You get to getting that taxi. I need to go back to important business, directed back at Lewis again. And I'm going to shuffle our group away a little bit because I don't want the ghouls hearing me talk about what we're probably here to talk about.
Yeah. As we leave and we're heading back towards the other two, Marcelina's like, "Oh boy, someone special to you, all the way out here."
Yes, it was quite a surprise to me as well. Anyway, the other thing that we were here for, the important thing.
Yes, already.
As you're
acquired.
passing
Nothing
by
worth-
Lewis, he's just like, pineapples. Pineapples.
Oh, he's an idiot.
He's
Amazing.
eccentric, apparently.
You've
Yeah.
made your special person an idiot. That's incredible.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, Skull's
Send-
yeah. If he comes back and if he comes back and actually says pineapple, Skull's just gonna look at him and be like, just sit here and wait before I give you many, many reasons to scream pineapple.
Have you guys seen Little Nicky?
Yes, sorry. Marcelina's just shaking her head at Solomon like this was not good. This was terrible. This all was terrible.
Yes.
Before we find Violet.
That's
and,
bad. You wait until you see what's
another
fucking coming.
Oh, good.
I think
Well,
Elias
Selena,
will
Skull,
be
and
waiting
Solomon.
towards the exit. We're just
Meet
outside
up
the exit.
with Violet, Olivia, and Elias outside the club. Get inside the people carrier. Selena, I assume, will be driving.
Yes, and
She
has
was mummy,
giggles.
apparently.
I guess I am.
Make your way into Can It Die? Towards the address you've been given. Is there anything you'd like to discuss on your drive?
I'm sorry I didn't go with you to get Solomon. I couldn't stand being in that piss moment later. I waited.
Oh.
So.
No, it's all right, Elias. I don't think you would have liked where he was at anyway. That's an interesting space. I'm so curious. The former prince used to own it?
Very nice chairs.
Prince formerly owned it.
Right. Oh, the current
the
prince.
Yeah, the
formerly
current
owned
prince used to own it. Yes.
it. Okay. Okay, I misunderstood things. Okay. Well, why did he abandon
Come-
it? How's...
Probably because where he is now is where you live when you're prince.
I know, but it shouldn't stop him from still owning a facility. Is that who owns it now?
Best I'm
I'm not
aware,
aware.
it's just a hangout for the ghouls.
Why would they still hang out there? That makes no sense to me. Oh fuck! I forgot Naomi, and I'm gonna do a U-turn real quick and go pick her up, and then come back onto the road.
It's fine. She noticed you going out, ran out the building, and is sort of clinging to the back window as you're driving. It's fine.
That's great. As soon as I pull up, I just kind of tap the top of the car so she knows to climb on down and get in the car, and then we're back on the road again. Sorry about that. I don't know. I'm still getting used to having a whole ghoul. I am so sorry, darling. And just keep on
Jesus
driving.
Christ. Who do you think you are, Mitt Romney?
Be glad she didn't get herself confused with Dick Cheney and a shotgun.
I am done with you all. Finished. Oh, right.
Yes, Olivia, I'm terribly sorry. Something completely unexpected came up. I did not mean to take so long. First of all, I have not quite got to meet you yet, but it is a pleasure. What else is it that you need assistance with this evening?
Pleasure. No, I believe Varaxon was very, very prepared for one of the coterie to be distracted or find something of interest, I believe he said, at this place. So it doesn't surprise me at all that you were unexpected. But no, now we are to head off to this house and deal with what remains inside.
Is it anything insanely dangerous? Should we... I don't know. Do we need muscle?
I believe Varaxon's words were that we were to destroy what lies inside or get rid of it.
That's not ominous at all. I was going to offer stopping by the warehouse, but this car is already quite cramped. I say we just head straight there.
Mm-hmm. That was what I was figuring.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, with that, just
efficiency.
heading to that address.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Solomon.
Yes, go.
You think you can make me one of those chairs? Like it hummed delightfully and it massaged my shoulders. Like I've never had a massage and gotten my taint tickled at the same time.
I need to mute myself.
Well, if you find a willing donor, I could give it my best.
Define
Is that
willing.
true, or are you just paying lip service?
I am going to be the one doing that. Well, willing, ghoul, unconscious... No, I'm not going to say that. That sounds bad out of context. Probably a ghoul.
Well, we just came from a warehouse full of them, so you know.
Well, ghoul
Yeah, but
bodies.
people might care if they go missing.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Belong to people, don't
Don't
they?
steal from
Yeah.
other kindred. It gets you in trouble
rad.
usually.
Very much so.
That is that.
One can only have so many enemies.
That is very true.
I find
Mark has the giggles.
it's more advantageous to have friends and allies than enemies.
You too.
Enemies, admiring rivals, same thing.
Even when you have enemies, sometimes you can turn those enemies into frenemies.
I just can't help
I
but think that every time Elias speaks, he just sounds out of breath. Like,
You sat on that chair too long.
I am going to pick up some speed so that we can get to our place a little faster.
yeah.
The car journey carries on. The skull looking out the window deep in thought, missing the chair.
Mm-hmm.
The car pulls off from the main road into Kanigai and slowly heads down the single-lane road lined with houses so closely knit together the moonlight doesn't even shine down onto the road. The overwhelming light of the developed area even prevents the night sky's stars from being seen. The car is stopped in a small paved area made just for visiting cars, the only place on the length of road the car can be taken off the road safely and without blocking the road, drawing unneeded attention to themselves. With the house they were told about, a short walk away from where they are. The coven of undead leave the vehicle into the warm night, and walk under the hazy yellow sodium streetlights and unlit houses. Bollocks. The coterie come to a slow halt outside the abandoned building's rotten gate that hangs off its hinges. A short, broken concrete tile path lined with overgrown grass and weeds leads up to the house's front door that seemed to once have planks of wood bordered across it, but over the years have given in to the elements and falling off, leaving only pieces of rotten wood and rusted nails in place. The building is the only one on the entire road, seemingly isolated, as if even the houses themselves are even wary to go near it. What would you all like to do?
I think the first thing I'm gonna do is use my Oblivion sight. Once we're parked and we've gotten out of the vehicle, I'll tell Naomi to stay in the car. Should anything strange or out of place occur, to just message me. To message me on the phone, and if I don't respond, then honk twice. With that, then once I'm outside the car, then I'll use Oblivion Sight.
This seems strange to me, but as you will the vitae into your eyes, they turn black. And as far as you can see, there is no ghost present.
Okay. It's just an automatic thing I think that she does, wherever she goes, just try to get a lay of the land in that way. Cool. Right.
You see anything?
Not a damn thing.
Elias,
Place like this, shouldn't there at least be a few ghosts?
Oh, well, no. Not every place has lingering things about. What were you gonna say, Elias?
Elias would get out and he'd use Sense the Unseen and look around. And while he's doing that, he'll say, "Should we try to go in through the front?"
Roll the unseen for me, please.
Perhaps. We don't want to be remembered. Don't want to leave a
Are you
lasting
saying I can't just kick in the door?
That's exactly what she's saying, yeah.
Okay.
Elias,
Noted.
you'll
I'll
notice
move that
there
to
is
plan C.
something,
Excellent.
some kind of aura on this house, but it is actively fighting against you. You're unable to get any clear reading.
Is there a window?
All the windows have been boarded up. But yes, that's
Any of the boards got a little slit? Little one?
yeah. Fuck it. Yeah, and you'll look in and you'll just see this wreckage everywhere. It's debris, overgrown, broken tiles, wooden planks hanging off, completely abandoned.
It looks cozy.
Hmm.
This house
Are you
does
saying-
look strange. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm getting some sort of odd feeling about the house.
Mm.
Looks cozy, odd feeling. Sounds like we're going to be adding this place to the Coteries property acquisition program.
Mm-hmm. Right. I would like to see now. I want to be sneaky, and I'd like to use my specialty in that to kind of go around the house and sort of find us a maybe a different exit that will, have less eyes on us. But I know that my specialty in stealth is for against kindred, and I don't know if there are any kindred watching or nearby to apply it.
You're looking for a back exit or, a more subtle way in or out.
Yes. Both in
Wits
and
or
out.
Wits or intelligence and stealth. You will not be able to apply your speciality for this.
Okay, so wits and intelligence.
Wits or intelligence, whichever you prefer, and stealth.
Okay. Okay. I clicked the wrong button. Hold on a second. Well, here it is. I was like, where'd it fucking go? Got it. I'm actually gonna use a willpower, if I may, to just roll that one dice. The one black
Of course.
dice. Okay. No, well. Not great, but a little better.
Sneak your way around the house, doing a full circle of it. You do find that there was once a back door. It has, however, been bricked in and is unsuitable.
So the windows are all boarded up with wood, and the door specifically is bricked in. Interesting. And there's no kind of like, you know how some basements have like a smaller window
No
at
cellar.
the bottom? There's nothing like that? Okay. No cellar. Okay. Which makes sense given where we're at. Okay. So she'll come back to the coterie and she'll say, all right, so here's what we're looking at. That back door is bricked up, which seems very strange, even if the place is abandoned. Why would they brick it up, However, these windows all boarded up with wood, so that's easily breakable, but may not be our subtlest way in. I'm not seeing any place we can get in without making at least a little bit of noise.
Is there a crawl space?
What's a crawl space?
Like an area that would let like a construction worker or repairman get into the foundation under the floor.
Like
If there
tall
is,
enough to
it is
crack.
not. If there is, it's not visible on the outside of the house.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what I was checking for when I did my perimeter check here.
Thing inside,
Yeah,
why
that-
don't we just knock? It might not want us to be disrespectful.
Yes, perhaps we do
Yeah, all right.
fix everything afterwards instead of not trying to break anything in the first place.
Right, okay. That sounds good to me. Elias, you want to knock on the door?
Sure, of course. Elias would knock up to the door, and with a big smile, he'd just start to knock firmly.
Amazing.
You open the gate, glides open, and then drops off one of its hinges, leaving it at an angle. You walk up to the door and find, as you proceed to knock it, it is unlocked and opens under your touch.
Makes
I
things
open the
easier.
door. Oh, well, would you look at that? it was left unlocked.
How trusting.
Perhaps they're expecting guests.
Marcelina does not trust this at all and immediately takes out her gun.
You ever notice? There's a strange
Yeah, that-
Venn diagram between Elias and Richard Ramirez.
Who's Richard Ramirez?
The original Night Stalker. He would
Really?
He
I
would
need to look
walk
this
into
up.
houses that were unlocked because that was an invitation for him to go in and murder.
Oh, jeez.
And then there's Elias who's like, knock, knock, hey, I'm a friend, let me in, and just walks on in.
The literal
Oh,
opposite
jeez.
of typical vampire of like, may I come in? Just walks right in.
Fucking fabulous.
This guy's
If
scary.
Violet could grab the back of his shirt to stop him walking in on his own. No.
Say hello first. Don't just walk in. You have to announce yourself. Just think, no.
Hello? Is anyone there? I'd like to talk with you about enlightenment.
Skull will just look at Violet. You are such a cop, aren't you?
Yes.
Amazing. I'm just gonna poke my head in a little. What can I see?
Seems like an abandoned house. There's a staircase broken along the back.
Mm.
A room that leads to the left and a wall to the right.
Okay.
It's just debris, dirt, broken wood. Exactly what you'd expect from a house that's been dilapidated and neglected for years.
Cool. Is Oblivion Sight something that stays on for like a whole of a scene? I believe so, but I just want to make sure. Okay. So,
One scene, yeah.
Okay, so Marcelina still has that up, and she's gonna do kind of knock on the frame, and say, "All right, now we're coming in. We're here to help. There's a few of us. Now don't worry, we're not gonna take anything or destroy anything. We're just coming to take a look, see what's going on here." And she's gonna take a step inside. Yeah. Cool.
See how paranoid they are, Olivia? I have to deal with this week in, week out. Just empty, abandoned house.
I wonder why.
Don't with your skull tie on. Don't. Okay.
Oh
Do
shit,
not.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. It was the first thing I noticed. I looked at his tie and I was like, oh, I'm not the only skull here. Okay.
Solomon, stop looking at my eyes and look at my boobs.
Right. So once we're inside and we start peering about.
Is everyone going in?
Yeah. After Marcelina goes in, Olivia will follow and just look around, admiring
Lovely.
the place, but not really.
So good. I love
Poetry.
this.
Proceed cautiously, slowly inside to the house. As the last to enter, inside the dark, abandoned building, a thick,
I'll
heavy
be the
fog
last.
fills the room,
Oh.
dancing around their undead bodies, becoming thicker and thicker until they can no longer even see each other. The fog reaches its peak and quickly ebbs away.
I
Marcelina,
hate
Violet,
this.
and Elias find themselves separated from the others. Do you have something to say, Violet, or are you just thinking, I want to
No.
break you like a fucking twig shiver?
No, I'm stimming, sorry.
Nope, just checking, that was all. Marcelina, Violet, and Elias find themselves separated from the others and now stand in a warm wooden room. A staircase winds up from the back wall next to a still and silent grandfather clock. 2 tall shelves rest against the staircase next to a waist-high wooden table with an old rotary phone on it. It starts.
I go pick it up.
I'm
Is
going to
it
get
going
the
to
phone.
keep ringing? Or... No, I said I was going to go pick it up.
All right.
Yeah, that's why none of us did. Yeah, because Solomon
Hello,
already said he would.
Solomon speaking.
You're not there though, Solomon.
Shit, never mind.
Oh wait, actually,
Wrong number.
he wasn't. Wrong number. Who it is? So I guess in that case, Marcelino will pick up the phone.
Marcelina, you pick up the phone off the receiver. You don't hear a voice, but you know that whoever is there wants to speak to Violet.
Okay. Violet, honey, is for you.
Okay. Hello?
Pixie, I missed you. Stay here with me, won't you?
So, who is it?
Okay. What do you need me to do?
Mine is dead. As Violet places the receiver back upon the cradle, the wooden room seems to melt away around the trio, who find themselves back in the run-down, ruined house. A staircase that runs along the side wall broken in pieces, a hallway that runs to the left of the coterie leading into other rooms on the bottom floor, and the door sealed shut behind you. Meanwhile, Olivia, Skull, and Solomon find themselves inside a clean, well-lit hallway as the acrid fog clears around them. To their right, to their left, jump up and down and do a 12, is a faux wooden staircase that runs along the left side wall. Underneath is a closed sliding panel and paper door. The sound of someone singing softly to themselves whistles into the air.
I hate magic.
Charming. Should we
At least
follow
it's a lovely song.
You're not here, Elias.
Oh, my bad.
Wrong number again.
Shall we
Have you heard
follow
about
the
your
signal?
car's extended warranty? I'm sorry, Olivia.
All good. Follow the singing?
Yes, I feel like this must be your area of expertise. I shall follow your lead.
Well, yeah, Olivia will start walking towards the singing, eyeing everything very carefully.
You all know I've just
Skull
been
will
called a
follow.
motherfucker in our chat.
Skull will follow, watching Olivia very carefully.
The door is slid open, and the sound of wood lightly grinding against wood and the smell of frying pork sits in the air. Standing in front of a deep frying pan with steam billowing out of it is a young Japanese woman, conservatively dressed in a jumper and long skirt. She turns to the coterie as a wide smile crosses her face. Fajiru! My husband and some people from your work. I'm so glad you're home, she says to Olivia in perfect Japanese and glides over to her. So, who are these two, Hachimitsu?
These are my friends, Skull and Solomon.
Wonderful. And you work with them?
So we've been working together.
Lovely. Would you be joining us for dinner tonight?
Friends, will you be joining?
Yes.
Wonderful. Please sit. I have been spending so much time trying to create the perfect meal. Vajiro here is quite the fussy eater.
Olivia
I
will
would
try and
imagine
turn to-
so.
Olivia will try and turn to them and like, I think playing along sometimes helps. And then go back.
Just right.
And then
Solo Mom?
takes a seat.
I don't know what to really do considering there's no phone to answer. So I'm just going to go along with whatever the others are doing.
And she'll sit at the table with you. So, please tell me about yourselves. What do you do? What are you doing? Vajiro is so closed off about his work. Please tell me everything.
Well, how much do you know about what Fujiro does?
You know what he's like. He never says anything. Do you dare? And she'll slide a cold hand over to you and pat your hand on the table.
Did she serve us food?
Shit, slide.
Sorry, Olivia.
No.
Did they or did the woman serve us any of
Not
the
yet.
food that she was cooking? Oh, damn.
So please, tell me what you do.
Oh, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know.
That's not an answer. That's... Even Vajiro says better than that. You,
We have a lot of business.
That's what it always is business. What business is it? How am I to know what my husband gets up to? I hardly see you.
I mean,
You, the scraggly
Look.
looking one. Totally Japanese word,
Yes.
scraggly.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me, what do you do?
Well, it depends on the night, but I just going off of what happens tonight so far. I turn people into monsters.
Like my husband? Hardly ever see
Probably.
him now. Used to spend all of his time that he had free with me, and now he's rushing off every night. Is it because of you?
why are we the only ones getting interrogated here? Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
You walk into a woman's house at night and you demand such questions of her?
Oh. My friend
We-
is very blunt. We're just asking how your day's been, dear. She
You
says,
haven't
like,
asked
through
how my
gritted
day
teeth.
has been for at least 2 years, and now suddenly you're I am so fucking sorry. So suddenly you are interested in what I do in the day?
I
Olivia.
literally just asked you what you do.
Yeah, Olivia,
I
You
haven't
said
been
to
married
go
to you for
along.
2 years, have I?
Olivia, you said to go along with it, yes?
I believe that is usually the best course of action.
And now you're having a
Storyteller-
conversation as if I'm not even here.
Well, storyteller, out of character.
There's
seems
no
that
out
the
of
woman
character,
is-
there's just a pissed off Karen.
And I'm about to help that. She's speaking to Olivia as if...
Well, she's just going round.
What? No, I'm saying she's speaking to Olivia as if she's Fujira.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it to hurt her, but I'm gonna slap Olivia.
Yeah. Olivia will be very shocked by this, but okay.
Okay, no problem. An automatic success.
You need to pay more attention to your wife.
You're so right. Mm-hmm.
You think that's going to make
darling.
up for years of not being here, neglecting me, night in, night out? I don't know where you sleep in the day. Because it's certainly not with me.
I mean, it was worth a try.
Dear, I have been away, haven't I? How long have I been away for? When was the first... When did everything go so wrong?
Now you feel like you have to say, when did everything go wrong? Is this only important to me? Is this all that matters to you? Is whatever it is you're doing every night? And she's just going to carry this on.
As she starts ranting like that, I'm going to pull out my notebook and act like I'm writing stuff down. No. This sort of conversation is important in a relationship. Please.
The woman is clearly angry and dismayed. She stands up and takes a deep breath, repeating over and over she just wants everything to go back to normal before she clutches at the side of her head and opens her mouth, giving out. The scream echoes through the small room, piercing the coteries' ears, forcing their eyes closed until it finally fades away, allowing the coterie to open their eyes to find the woman gone. The kitchen, although still recognizable, seems aged, neglected. Old food is caked on the hob. Stacks of dirty dishes and bowls lay in the sink, clearly overgrown with mould. The table the coterie were just sat at is no longer surrounded by 4 chairs and a clean tablecloth, but an exposed wooden surface, spattered with various food stains, and only a single chair remains. Thrown over onto its back on the floor, and a layer of grime seems to cling to every surface of the kitchen, leaving the coterie in the final room, the ground floor of the house.
That was awful. Yep, we're going to add this to the coterie property program.
How strange. And Olivia's going to, I think, just start opening drawers and start looking into things for just any evidence of what on earth is going on here, other than, like, what happened to that lady's life? Not what's going on now, but what happened.
You'll find in these drawers there's one set of chopsticks. Look old, neglected, but still usable. Various things like that, just left as if discarded, forgotten about, as if they don't really matter anymore, but are still used because they have to be.
Happened to that woman.
Is there like... So is there like a table or is there anything on the table, or is there a desk to rifle through that we can see?
Table is no longer got a tablecloth on it, just various food stains on it. One chair is left, thrown over on its back.
Mm-hmm. No kind of paperwork documents or pictures or anything. Still going to go through, open up all the cabinets. Each and every one of them. And the fridge.
You find food items, all in states of mold, covered in dried pieces of whatever that was at some point. It's as if
food.
It's used by someone that just doesn't care.
Others went to.
Would we be able to see them from where we're at, or
no?
Because I know we were in like a no. Okay, that's good. That's real good. Okay.
Meanwhile,
Well, what?
Violet, Marcelina, and
Ah.
Elias stand in a wreckage that was once a hallway. Somehow the main door behind them is now sealed shut. The open corridor leads on to their left, into another room, through the remains of a wooden frame with small splinters and rotten pieces of paper over the floor. A run-down, broken staircase tempts the coterie upstairs. Where would you like to go?
Is the phone still there?
Nope.
First, I'd like to look at Violet and say, "Honey, you look perturbed. Who was on the phone?"
I need to find it again. I need the phone again. We have to look. You'll help me look for it, won't you?
Well, yes, but I just want to make sure if you're okay, because you look a little well, you look like you've been in a tizzy. So I just am curious as to who was on the line with you.
All that matters is that I find it again. It'll probably be ringing for me again. So if you hear a ringing, you tell me straight away, okay? You'll help me find it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, of course we will help you. Elias would look around. If he doesn't see, with a cursory look, if he doesn't see a phone down here, he would then say, "Perhaps there's a secondary phone upstairs. We can look up there."
That's a good idea.
As they do that, Marcelina's going to check her phone. Does she have service?
Nope.
On that flip phone? No. Mm-hmm.
You want to go straight upstairs? You don't want to check out the room?
No, I'm going to check out the room. I just wanted to check my phone first. Well, now, hold up, y'all. Maybe it might be just here in this room. Regardless, I think we should make a thorough checkup of the house. Remember, we are here to accomplish a mission for the Malkavian Primogen. Let's try our best to stay focused.
Violet's instantly looking for a phone. Nothing else matters other than looking for a phone.
Right. So if Marcelina can manage, she'll kind of like guide Violet into that room where there may be a phone, just to get her to kind of stay with the group.
Yes,
and into the room.
We better check this floor for a phone first, just in case. Elias would head into.
The trio cautiously walk into the small room. The tiled floor has been broken, and pieces of other tiles are laying haphazardly around the room. As they each stand in a wreck that was once a kitchen, the heavy fog returns and dances around each member of the coterie. For a brief moment, Marcelina feels an icy touch upon her face, but it is quickly stifled by an angry hiss as the dense fog quickly recedes, leaving the coterie back in the wreckage of the kitchen. Various cupboards are just barely attached to the walls. An iron wok has been left on the remains of the hob. Where once was a large wooden table is now nothing but splinters and wooden table legs.
Okay. My Oblivion sight isn't catching nothing.
Nope. Well, the scene's changed now anyway.
Right. Fuck. Well, I guess I could reactivate it if that'll be all right. But yeah, I think I'm gonna reactivate it. Especially after feeling that icy touch.
I think it would be fair. Yeah, you probably activate it exactly during that moment.
Okay. Mm.
And you will see the aura of some thing from the planes of Oblivion. But as soon as it touches your face, it quickly recedes and escapes.
All right. Would I have any kind of knowledge of just given my clan? Would I have any kind of knowledge of like I guess spirits that interact in such a way?
Intelligence and occult, please.
Key kind of ghost.
Well,
Well, it was like...
No.
You said
Okay.
intelligence?
Intelligence and occult, please.
All right, y'all. It's not great, but we're gonna try. Oh, well,
Yeah.
there's that.
Would you like
there's
success
that.
at cost?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
You search deep inside of your well-filed inner thoughts, having been taught and exposed to many things from Oblivion. Having to dabble in such a thing, it is wise to be as knowledgeable as you can about it. As you search through your thoughts, you are frustrated at not being able to instantly recognize what is before you. You feel the beast creeping up, attempting to take control of you. You are able to suppress it by burning through your willpower, by burning through your vitae, Increase your hunger by 1.
Shit.
And
Oh.
you are unsure exactly what kind of spirit this is. But you are familiar enough to remember that some spirits leave behind an echo or have unfinished business. This spirit that you are dealing with now is either one of vengeance or one of neglect.
Okay. And then just as a general investigation of the room, given the state of it, kind of like, I don't know, the wok being on the kitchen, on the stove and things like that, would I be able to sort of get the sense that maybe this is a person who was neglected? Or vengeance? You know what I mean? Like, if it's vengeance, is there signs of, like, there was
Are you
a
asking
fight
if
in
this
here at
spirit
some...
is Batman or Alfred?
Yes! That's exactly what I'm asking. Is it Batman or is it Alfred? That's what I want to know.
Do wits and awareness for me, please.
All right. Okay.
Oh, 20 really wants you to have the beast. Would you like success at cost?
I would. I think I would. Keep in mind, storyteller, I am at Hunger 4, so, if that changes
Don't worry.
how
I know what the cost is going to be.
Okay, good,
And
great.
you will search around the room with your eyes, and you will notice, alongside the iron wok, you find, strewn among the debris, is a kitchen apron. This ghost is clearly the ghost of a woman. And the cost? We're going to end the session here.
Oh my god.
Bum, bum, bum.
Delightful.
So, thank you all for coming and watching. Thank you for coming and playing. That said, all of our characters in this game so far, as far as I know, have been made, oh my god, my fucking links, where are they? With the aid of the V5 unofficial Vampire Player's Guide from Bully over on Tablegoth, our good buddy. You can check that out in the link provided in chat.
It's very,
Big-
very good.
Big, huge thank you to our special guest, Olivia, for coming back again. Olivia, who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
I do things. Hello, I am Phoebe or Sherbrooke Waters online. On Twitter and on Twitch. I stream Murder Mystery Mondays, which I may have to reschedule a little bit, but I do play adventure games. I also am in another Vampire the Masquerade game on Friday mornings Australian Eastern Standard Time. 11 Australian Eastern Standard Time. It's a V5 Dark Ages game set in Avignon on Zeit_Poltergeist's channel. Check it out, it's good. Had a lot of fun today.
Thank you for coming. It's been a pleasure. Skull? Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
Good evening, everybody. I am Comic Book Joker. I am normally found on the Cajun Knights Discord server where everybody can play a vampire in 5th edition in play-by-post or live games. We also have homebrews that allow you to play werewolf or mage or changeling. Also in V5-ified homebrews. You can also find me on the RPG table, where we will soon be getting ready to where we are preparing, really, but I don't know about soon yet. We are preparing to begin our 4th season of Take Another Breath. And while I will not be playing the same character as it was the previous season, I will be in that season. I will also be starting at least one show, possibly 2, on there. And it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a time. Thank you for storytelling this game for us.
Elias! What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
I'm Nascavian. I play Elias, and I play on Table of Horrors every week on Fridays. Yep, that's what I do. I play tabletop.
Scarlet! Yeah, Violet! Who the fuck are you? The fuck do you do? Do you do things? Let's fucking find out.
Hi, I'm Lady Dark Scarlet of Queen's Court Games. We do podcasts and streaming very soon. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok if that's your fancy. Plenty of vampires on there that I dress up as and stuff. Yep.
Marcelina, the only Marcelina in the village. Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out. I lost it a bit at the end there, sorry.
You did, yeah.
I did.
Yeah. Hi guys. I'm Chastity. I play Marcelina here on Nihon Nights with Table of Horrors. I'm also going to be in a few of the upcoming things that Shiv has planned for us. And so you can find me here. I have another project that I will be doing very soon. To find out more about that, you can follow me on my socials, The Risa Rave. The place where I put most of those updates is Twitter, so that's pretty much the best place to follow me. But yes, that is what I do.
Well, howdy there, Solomon. What you do? Who are y'all? What y'all do? Let's find out. That was terrible. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I want that.
That was garbage. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah, that
That was pretty bad. I can do better. I'm sorry.
like Lewis stated earlier, there are so many things that we could do with this knowledge of the blood and what it can do, like cure cancer, but I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs. So that's what I'm doing. And yeah, you can find me practically anywhere at Nitro Dive. I just came up with that joke. Thank you very much for laughing.
And that is this week's session. Come to a conclusion. Thank you for coming and watching. Thank you for coming and playing. We shall go raiding on Ken Daddy, who is playing Elder Scrolls V Skyrim.
Ooh.
We'll be back next week with another thrilling installment of Nihon Nights. Have a look at links down below for Twitter, Discord, anything that tickles your fancy. But we cannot go, we're not legally allowed to go, that is, of course, until Olivia says the line.
Do I line?
Anything you want.
Ah. Howdy, folks. See you next time.
Nothing like